Mhm. 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 Oh, it is here. Mhm. Mhm. A6LC. A6LC. A6LG. Mhm. Mhm. Wow. Oh. Oh, I do. Okay. Yes. $5. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Mhm. 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 Um. Mhm. 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 Uh huh. Right. Oh, okay. Uh-huh. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, no. They're good, but I don't know. Mm-hmm. 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 I like it. It's so expensive. That's it? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 'At Sam's Club. What time? Mm-hmm. 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 Take one of those. Well, I got that. Mm-hmm. 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 10 or 11, I think. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Is that what I wanted? Oh, right. a bunch of stuff. Uh-huh. Friday, she's coming. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do know how much it is. To him? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I don't know, I think. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Seriously. Mm-hmm. 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 Did I get it? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Went up again. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a buck. Mm-hmm. 679. Right. That's pretty good. Mm-hmm. Alright. I got other shit. No, I'm good, I think. Staccato is right. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, these. I like these. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Neat. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, that's right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. $3.99. $6.99. Okay. Mhm. 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 Okay. Mhm. 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 I hate one. I don't know. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. Gee. Mhm. I might. Mhm. Uh huh. Uh huh. I like that. Mhm. Oh, did I already? Okay. Mhm. Two. Jesus, people. Mhm. Mhm. Black. Right. Should I get rid of the green? Oh, sorry. Mm-hmm. I got a brush. Mm-hmm. Is it? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow, Friday. Mm-hmm. 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 I forget. Go to the bathroom. Mm-hmm. 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 I don't emotions. Alright. Yes, sir. Your phone call? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, just tell me. No. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Mhm. 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 I think that's everything except it's not. I mean, the eye stuff and other stuff. Okay. Mhm. Well, I could do the shower, but you could maybe lotion my feet and my back. Uh huh. Uh huh. Wait. Oh. Uh huh. Right. Why can't I smell? Do I nerve endings cut or something? Uh. Yeah, you were. Because of something about Harry the Third. I do. It's morbid. Well, the first Harry the Third died, so I'm the Harry the Third. Uh, uh, okay. I guess. I should. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. at least for half the price of the Pearl Grey. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Right. Right. Got Kleenex there. Mm-hmm. Oh shit, I forgot. Yeah. Good. Oh, 3, that's right. My help. Sleep.
are lashing parts of the Northeast. Hail could be seen in some areas just outside of Philly. Behind the storm, wind chills in the 20s and 30s for large sections of the country, now ready for winter to go away. And next, to a journey deep in the Nevada desert, it's a location that could dramatically accelerate our path to an all-electric vehicle world. Why? Because it's the only place in the U.S. where lithium is being commercially mined. Lithium is a key component in batteries, but can we make enough of it? And can we do it without harming our environment? Ginger Z reports.
The critical element that powers our fast and loud world comes from some of the quietest, most desolate land on Earth. Listen, we need lithium to fight climate change. It can power electric vehicles, laptops, and the lithium that helps to power our phones looks like this. You can see why it's sometimes called white gold. But the only state that is commercially producing lithium right now, Nevada. But Las Vegas is not where it's at. We gotta get into the Mojave Desert. We drive 4 hours northwest of Vegas, right through the Mojave Desert, and into Esmeralda County. Now this is a county that does not even have a gas station or a traffic light, but they do have lithium.
Let's do this. Let's find some lithium.
Check this out. Between 2008 and 2018, annual global production of lithium more than tripled. Now by 2030, it's expected to go up more than 1,000%. Lithium production in the U.S. is just tiny compared to Australia, South America, and China. More than half the world's lithium is produced in Chile. In Australia, they're mining for it in solid form. Here at Silver Peak, they're not mining rock, they're farming lithium. These brilliant blue pools come from wells that tapped underground salt aquifers. Each of them, nearly 500 football fields long, are rich in lithium.
It's the lightest metal known to man. It's very energy dense. That reactivity in nature makes it hard to come by. So what's happening here in this closed basin over tens of thousands of years is Mother Nature gradually bringing it into this valley. Like any other mineral that's extracted in a liquid form, you're going down anywhere from a couple hundred to a couple thousand feet.
Now once the original well is drilled, it goes to a series of ponds. They look beautiful. The sun and the arid nature of Nevada here takes care of the processing. 18 months later, lithium carbonate. How much do you all mine?
Around the world, it's about 85,000 metric tons of lithium carbonate. Here, it's 5,000 of that 85. So it's a small amount, which is why we're looking to double it.
Does it have an agricultural or impact to the land surrounding?
So that water, untouched, would remain underground and it wouldn't have a benefit. Effectively, we're not using water that would otherwise be used for an agricultural purpose.
Evaporation is not the only way, though, to get lithium out. When you mine it out of the rock, it can be harder on the earth. Toxic waste, emissions, and pollution. But the government says we can regulate that. Here's the other deal, though. Lithium is finite. We have to find a way to recycle it.
The promise of a renewable industry we believe is important is the recycling of lithium. So the idea would be we get to a point where you recycle the resource.
But that is something that we need to work on big time in this country and the globe. During President Trump's administration, there was a big call to up the ante and produce more minerals like lithium right here in the U.S. And we've got it. California, for example, could produce up to 40% of the global lithium demand. So far, we have not been a big player in the lithium market, but that could change. We just gotta get the technology to extract what is estimated to be an immense amount of lithium in the western U.S. So it's not just Nevada or California, but it's Arizona too. Some of that's going to come from the thousands of acres at 2 giant lithium projects already planned in Nevada. One of them is just over Rhyolite Ridge. They could create $9 billion in revenue for this part of Nevada, but they're also endangering a very rare wildflower.
You can see here, this is Team Spuckweed. We're just getting the smallest new little leaves for the spring growth.
You said as we walk in here, please be careful of where we're walking.
There are only 15,000 of these plants, more or less.
This varietal is not known to grow anywhere else in the world. The buckwheat adapted to that lithium-rich soil.
There's a focus on lithium right now. We're calling it the white gold rush here in Nevada, and it's attracting a lot of attention. But I wouldn't say it's worse than any other type of mining. Lithium is extremely important to tackling the climate crisis. If they could build this mine without destroying this little wildflower, we would probably walk away from this mine and go find a gold mine to fight instead.
So that's Patrick Donnelly. He's the Nevada State Director for the Center for Biological Diversity. He says this is not going to be the same mine that we saw at Silver Peak.
This is an open pit mine, so this is going to be much more reminiscent of a gold mine or a copper mine.
Once the mine goes in, how long do they have?
So the mining company's own estimates are less than 10 years it'll be for them to strip mine this whole area. We're left with a big hole in the ground full of toxic pit lake water.
We are going to put enormous effort to support this plant, and we're using state-of-the-art methods to make sure that there's no leaching of any kind into the soils.
James Calloway, the chairman of Ioneer, the company that's overseeing that mine at Rhyolite Ridge, he says we got to do it if we're going to catch up with their climate goals.
We will have enabled the production of 400,000 electric cars every year for the next 50 years.
It's a symbol of the debate between our energy future and our environment in the present.
We're facing dual crises. There's the climate crisis, which poses a threat to all life on Earth. But then there's the extinction crisis. This is a species of flower that grows nowhere else on Earth, but right here at Rhyolite Ridge. If this mine, which ostensibly is to prevent climate change from destroying the Earth, perpetuates the extinction crisis, then are we really saving the environment?
And this is why I'm here. I got an electric vehicle because I wanted to be a part of a solution. Then I realized, wait a minute, I'm sitting on a giant battery that I don't know where it came from or where it's going to go. I want to go find out where lithium is and what it is. And to know that we only have one commercial mine in the United States right now. We are such a small player, but this will make a difference.
It could. It could.
Is it better for us to do it right here than to be getting our phones from lithium in Australia or China or South America where we don't know that it's done right for our planet?
We absolutely need to do it right. And right now, those impacts are being offshored to distant countries. Do we need to do it here in America? We need to be asking those hard questions about what sacrifices are we going to make. Our advocacy to protect this little wildflower here does not mean that we're trying to avoid those hard questions. Lithium is part of our future, and so we need to have a reckoning about how we're going to do it without destroying biodiversity.
The quietest, most rare, could be the key to our future, if we do it right.
And Ginger Z joins us now. Ginger, your entire It's Not Too Late Earth Day special is now streaming on Hulu. It will air on ABC News Live tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. What are some other highlights that people can anticipate?
You know what? This goes so beyond the polar bears starving and all the images that we see every single Earth Day. And I really think that people will see that this is about the people on the planet. We're going to talk to Mustafa Santiago Ali about environmental injustice. We are going to talk to Anusha Ansari, who is the first Middle Eastern astronaut, now the CEO of X Prize. She brings us the innovation that will solve a lot of our climate problems, and that includes concrete. And I'm going to blow your mind with this one. Concrete could be its own country, Lindsay, in greenhouse gas emissions, the production of it, the transportation of it, second to only China and the United States. That's how big of an impact. So she and her X Prize contestants have found a way to make it better. So these alternatives that could bring our future into a clean and prosperous one.
It sounds like you're also going to hand off some weather duties to our friend Matt Gutman. There's so many people who think talking about climate change means doom and gloom. But your special, though, while certainly not sugarcoating what's happening, really focuses on how people can pitch in to help solve this climate emergency.
Yes, and like you said, there is doom and gloom, and we have to be realistic about that because hopefully it's getting people's attention. They're living it. That's why Matt Gutman has been in a lot of these places around the globe, seeing the impacts, like in Paradise, California, where we're not only something that we've dealt with since the beginning of time, but now we're seeing at a higher rate. And that's really the biggest symptom of climate change is when you have extreme fluctuations in weather really rapidly. So he'll look at that. Maggie Ruleigh's looking at all of the animals, and in general, I think that the optimism is key. That's why the whole series is called
Yeah,
It's
it
Not
feels
Too
like-
Late, because I really believe it's not. Innovation, technology, and optimism are what's going to get us there.
There is still time is another way to talk about it. Ginger Z, our thanks to you.
What's that?
And you can catch Ginger's entire hour-long It's Not Too Late Earth Day special tomorrow night on ABC News Live at 8 and 10 p.m. Eastern. Still ahead here on Prime, imagine losing your sense of taste and smell for months. This grim reality is being shared by some COVID long haulers around the world. But up next, how French researchers are using perfume to bring one sense back. And you might be shocked at how much plastic is in the ocean. We take a look by the numbers. But first, our tweet of the day. NASA announces they have successfully created oxygen on Mars, key for future travel involving humans.
Okay, at AT&T, everyone gets our best deals on all smartphones. Let me break it down. You got your new customers, they get our best deals. You got your existing customers, they also get our best deals. Everyone gets the deals. Questions?
Got it. But why did you use a permanent marker?
Because I want to make sure you remember. I'm gonna get a new whiteboard.
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives new and existing customers the same great deals on all smartphones. Get up to $800 off our latest 5G smartphones.
It's so good to see you guys.
Hon, out here.
Are we on yet? I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
I'm confused. No. Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Are you putting off getting life insurance because you think it's completely expensive and time consuming? Are you concerned about leaving your family unable to afford the mortgage, college tuition, and medical expenses? Ethos is life insurance the human way. You can apply in minutes online at ethoslife.com. A 35-year-old can get $1 million in coverage for just $50 a month with Ethos, often without a medical exam. Don't put off the decision any longer. Apply in just 10 minutes at ethoslife.com. Get a free personalized quote at ethoslife.com.
The verdict by the defendant guilty. The aftermath.
At courtroom, the evidence,
Now, powerful new details and interviews.
the one-word public show.
The breaking new 2020 Friday night on ABC.
Only 9% of plastic is recycled, no matter how much we put in our recycling bins. And up to 24 billion pounds of it enters the ocean every year. Groveco plastic-free household cleaners are designed to keep your home clean and solve the single-use plastic problem. Sustainably powerful for a healthy home and planet. Choose your free starter set today.
So what do you love about your always pan? It's a kitchen magician.
Have you ever seen a pan cook 3 things at once? The non-stick? Incredible. The built-in spatula rest? Genius. I just started to cook and this pan makes it so easy.
I gave away half my kitchen when I found the Always Pan. It does it all. Boils, steams, fries, sautés.
Welcome back, everyone. PPE, that was a big word during 2020. Personal protective equipment, those face masks, gloves, and wipes, they've certainly helped keep us healthy during this pandemic, but they've also been polluting our oceans. On this, the eve of Earth Day, we take a look at the seas by the numbers. Globally, an estimated 129 billion face masks and 65 billion gloves are being used each month. That's about 3 million face masks a minute. And in 2020 alone, about 1.5 billion face masks entered our oceans, according to the conservation group Oceans Asia. Most masks, gloves, and wipes are made from plastic fibers that will remain on the planet for decades and break into smaller and smaller pieces. A single face mask can release as many as 173,000 microfibers per day into the ocean, according to a study in Environmental Advances. The amount of plastic waste in the ocean is projected to triple in the next 20 years, and there are estimates that by the year 2048, we'll have more plastic in our oceans than fish. Just a horrifying thought. And we still have lots to get to here on Prime tonight. A dire situation in India. The health system's overwhelmed. And now word of a new Indian variant. Plus the volcanic eye candy we all need during another heavy news week.
everyone gets our best deals on all smartphones. Let me break it down. You got your new customers, they get our best deals. You got your existing customers, they also get our best deals. Everyone gets the deals. Questions?
Got it. But why did you use a permanent marker?
Because I want to make sure you remember. I'm gonna get a new whiteboard.
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives new and existing customers the same great deals on all smartphones. Get up to $800 off our latest 5G smartphone.
A lot of people want to need to compare the Microsoft Surface Pro 7 to the iPad Pro. So here we go. The Surface Pro has a built-in kickstand. On the iPad Pro, this is the Surface type cover. It clicks in the tactile. I love that click. This is the iPad keyboard. It's a lot heavier. With the Surface, you have all kinds of ports. iPad has one. You want to be this guy? iPad Pro is just a tablet. Surface is a full computer and a tablet. And now, try it.
The verdict.
Find the defendant guilty.
The aftermath.
At courtroom, the evidence.
Now, this Friday night.
When you say the day to change your world.
The odds of black that is in the world.
Powerful new details and interviews.
That's not the Derek I knew back in high school.
Their trauma made everyone uncomfortable.
The one word that I always come back to, probably shot.
The breaking new 2020 Friday night on ABC.
Introducing Grove's line of plastic-free home cleaning products designed to help solve the single-use plastic problem. With 100% natural scents, glass spray bottles, and a cleaner for every surface, our concentrate cleaning system is reusable, recyclable, and infinitely clean. For a better, brighter future. Let's move plastic. Go to Grove.co today to get your free gift set.
At Misfits Market, the new normal means affordable, quality groceries delivered to your door. By working directly with farmers and bakers, we save organic produce and high-quality products that might otherwise go to waste. We deliver them to your home each week and pass the extra savings along to you. Build out your grocery box online and make trips to the grocery store a thing of the past. Visit misfitsmarket.com/TV to sign up today.
In Columbus, Ohio, authorities say yesterday's fatal police shooting of 16-year-old Lakia Bryant is under independent investigation.
Authorities who released the video say officers were responding to a 911 call when they found 16-year-old Micaiah Bryant threatening two girls with a knife. In a matter of seconds, the officers seen shooting at Bryant when she lunged toward another girl. The teen's death happened minutes before a jury reached a guilty verdict in the trial of Derek Chauvin, and that touched off a protest in Ohio's capital city.
The mayor called the shooting tragic, but says the investigation is just starting.
We have to ask ourselves, what information did the officer have? What did he see? How much time did he have to assess the situation? And what would have happened if he had taken no action at all?
The interim police chief identified the officer who shot Bryant as Nicholas Reardon, who has been with that department since December of 2019.
Missing about 60 miles off the coast of Bali, a submarine from the Indonesian Navy. 53 people aboard the 40-year-old sub for a training mission. Officials now say an oil slick has been spotted right around the spot where the sub had been cleared to dive.
Some promising news from a new analysis of Moderna and Pfizer's vaccine among expectant mothers. Researchers studied 35,000 pregnant women who received an mRNA COVID shot. The results found the number of miscarriages or premature births were in line with the expected average, overall suggesting mRNA vaccines are likely safe for pregnant women and newborns. The findings published in NEJM. And you've heard of counterfeit PPE, now concern of counterfeit COVID vaccines. Pfizer confirms to ABC News it's a problem. The drug maker identifying counterfeit versions of its COVID vaccine in Mexico and Poland. A source telling us a substance found inside the vials of the fake vaccine in Poland was actually a cosmetic product. Pfizer warns not to trust online vendors selling the vaccine.
says all of the tributes to her late husband have been a comfort to her on her 95th birthday. That's today. The Queen did not appear in public today. But on a post to her Twitter account, she wrote she is grateful for all the support and kindness she received since the death of Prince Philip. Passed away age 99 2 weeks ago and was buried on Saturday. Buckingham Palace says the Queen spent her birthday at Windsor Castle, where she was visited by several members of the royal family.
Some popular household items will soon cost you more due to pandemic-related supply issues. Procter & Gamble expected to increase prices up to 10%. It follows a similar price hike last month by rival Kimberly-Clark.
Welcome back. India's healthcare system is on the brink as COVID cases will continue to skyrocket and deaths climb as experts sound the alarm that the worst is yet to come. ABC's Ian Pannell brings us the very latest.
Tonight, India's in crisis as a second devastating wave of coronavirus sweeps this nation. The country of more than 1.3 billion people recording its highest ever daily death toll with over 2,000 deaths. Though experts warn the real figure is even higher as many deaths are unreported. The country reporting nearly 300,000 new cases just today. Hospitals overwhelmed, ambulances serving as overflow rooms, patients reportedly forced to share beds in some cases, and the bodies are piling up with funeral crews struggling to keep up with cremations. Oxygen supplies in the country are now severely low. Despite an initial tight lockdown, these were the scenes at the recent Hindu Kumbh festival, with millions unprotected and no distancing on the banks of the river Ganges. Now scientists fear the deadly wave could get even worse as a new, potentially more infectious strain appears to take hold.
So much concern about those variants. ABC's Ian Pannell joins us now. Ian, India is, of course, one of the biggest producers of a COVID vaccine, yet they're dealing with this tragic situation. What do you know about their vaccine rollout and strategy to tackle such a heavily populated country?
Yeah, 1.3 billion people, right? I mean, this is a gargantuan task. Now, India proudly boasted that it was the first country in the world, or the fastest country in the world, to vaccinate 100 million people. However, 1.3 billion is a long way to go, and they vaccinated something around 127, 130 million people. However, there is still a long way to go, and vaccine production is slowing. They think that they've only got something like 27 million doses of the vaccine still left to administer, so they're now starting to have to ration it at the same time that they need to be rolling it out even faster to those states that are in the direst need. And interestingly, the president of the Serum Institute, this is the world's largest manufacturer of some of those vaccines, appealed directly to President Biden, saying, please lift the export ban on some of the raw materials, because unless countries like India can receive some of those materials, then it can't ramp up production. Other parts of the world are also in a very similar position. There are a lot of criticisms over here in Britain and Europe, lots of wars and words over the decision to try and limit, or the efforts to try and limit the export of vaccines, calling it vaccine nationalism. Well, the truth is that the United States has had a ban on the export of these raw materials ever since the pandemic hit, and of course that has a knock-on effect on other countries. Understandably, every government has to look after its own people first, but that of course has a knock-on effect in countries like India, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Right, Ian Pannell, our thanks to you. This is something we've heard a lot about. Loss of smell is one of the most common symptoms of COVID-19. For some long haulers, months have passed since they were last able to smell. In France, though, perfumers are trying to come up with a solution using their skill sets to teach patients how to smell again. Inez de la Cuetada brings us this story from Paris.
It's one of the strangest symptoms of COVID-19. Nearly half of all patients reporting a loss of taste or smell. COVID-19 taste test going viral on social media.
Speaking.
With patients eating everything from raw onions to wasabi Oreos.
Cheers.
That's weird.
Take a look at Kansas City Southern's exposure to the Gulf of Mexico. If you go to the site, you've got all the routes. And the Gulf of Mexico area is probably the most booming part of the U.S. economy. They're teaming up with plants that make plastics and all sorts of industrial gases. Like the auto market, this business is on fire, and it's much more efficient to ship that kind of stuff by rail. Yet the market clearly had this one completely wrong. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten not one but two huge takeover bids. That tells you Kansas City Southern was massively undervalued before the first offer from Canadian Pacific. And yeah, I think the other railroad operators have a better handle on what KSU is worth than Wall Street does. Of course, that doesn't mean every company's a bargain. Some of them are too big to be acquired. Some of them are truly too expensive. Some of them won't be allowed to make deals because of antitrust concerns. For example, Union Pacific, which my charitable trust owns and I think is great, would make a fortune if it could buy Norfolk Southern. But the regulators would never let that deal happen, just like Bank of America can't buy JP Morgan. Too much power, concentration. Of course, you can't blame the rails for having the urge to merge. Last night, CSX, the big Southeast Railroad, reported an okay quarter, but they got it up double digits, something it hasn't done since 2011, and they guided the whole group. There are plenty of companies like Kansas City Southern out there. So remember, this deal, you've got to think about it the next time you hear someone whining about how stocks are too pricey. Sometimes companies in the same industry are willing to pay a lot more for a stock than the market is. I regard that as a very encouraging sign, so don't be discouraged when so many people insist on buying things that you think may have no value at all.
Don't miss a second of Mad Money. Follow @JimCramer on Twitter. Have a question? Tweet Kramer. #MadTweets. Send Jim an email to madmoney@cnbc.com or give us a call at 1-800-743-CNBC. Miss something? Head to madmoney.cnbc.com.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC on YouTube.
Infallible up to 24-hour fresh wear by L'Oreal Paris. A lightweight foundation that lets skin breathe. Defies transfer. Up to 24-hour long wear. You are more infallible than you think. Infallible up to 24-hour fresh wear by L'Oreal Paris. Wear worth it.
This was the 54th annual shareholder meeting for Berkshire Hathaway. And while shareholder meetings are known for being lightly attended, staid, and downright boring, this was anything but. More than 40,000 people attended here, including business leaders
like Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick, Quicken Loans founder Dan Gilbert, and Spanx founder Sarah Blakely. And for the first time, Apple CEO Tim Cook was in attendance. Apple is now Berkshire's largest equity holding, and Berkshire is Apple's third largest shareholder. We caught up with Cook this weekend and asked him what he thought about it all.
I think it's incredible. I've never been to an annual meeting like this before. You know, I thought ours was lively, but there's 40+ thousand people here. And I love the fact that Warren and Charlie take every question, and of course, through all of it, and not just the wisdom that they exude, but you can feel the integrity and the humility coming out. I think it's a great learning experience for me and for everybody in the audience, I'm sure.
Joining us now is Berkshire's chairman and CEO, Warren Buffett. And Warren, what's it mean to you to have gone through this weekend?
It's a lot of fun. I mean, you see who you're working for, and they see you, and you interact with them, and they come in sort of a Mardi Gras spirit. I would say in the last 10 years, now maybe 40, well, from out of town, not 40,000, but a great many from around the world. I just never get a letter of complaint. I mean, I know that somebody misses planes or has a car rental that isn't available or a hotel room, but they just come in the spirit of enjoying it, and the people in Omaha welcome them that way. So people go around with smiles on their faces. I mean, we have 600 of our own people that come in from our various subsidiaries, and they really work for a couple of days, and I never see anything but smiles on their faces.
Well, unfortunately, we're not going to allow you to rest on your laurels this week because we have some major news that's breaking this morning. You see the markets already down by almost 500 points, the futures here for the Dow. What do you think about the potential for trade tariffs coming back on and what that might mean for the trade talks?
Well, I can't gauge how both sides will play the game, and they're always, some people negotiate different ways, if we actually have a trade war, it will be bad for the whole world, and could be very bad depending on the extent of the war. But there's times in negotiations when you talk tough. The one thing you can't do though is you can't shake your fist first and then shake your finger later on. I mean, that is not a technique that works well. So when you do push ahead, you don't know exactly what the outcome's going to be.
Wait, you can't shake your fist first and then shake which finger later? What are you talking about?
Well, you're more advanced on this than I am, actually. That's what you're worried about, is you get the other finger back, and you have to mean it after a while. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything, obviously, when you do that. And you're gauging a response from someone else that also has their own calculus and has their own internal political considerations and so on. So it's a dangerous game. Doesn't mean it's a game that shouldn't be engaged in, but it's a dangerous game.
You negotiate a lot of deals too. Would this be your tactic?
Well, it isn't mine at all. But you know, we can talk about the Occidental deal later on, the illustrator. But I've had a consistent way of negotiating, and that has its advantages. Probably has its disadvantages too. But I just say what I'll do, and I don't do anything else. So people really know that's what I mean, and they can decide whether what I've said is acceptable or not. But they know that I don't go through a game. Now, there's lots of people in acquisitions that really like to play games, and they're used to it in their own business, and it's their way of doing it, and that's fine, but it doesn't work with me. And I don't want to, I can't afford to spend the time on it. I mean, you don't know whether you're ever going to get there, and you spend weeks and months, and it's just, it would be a huge time waster if we did it.
You know, I don't know that this is bluster coming from President Trump, though. He's already put the tariffs on, and I don't know that I would take this lightly and think that we're not going to be seeing 25% tariffs on Friday.
You can't, but if you're playing the game, you have to sell that way. I mean, if with some people in negotiations, the best technique is to act half crazy. I mean, with your kids, you can see how it works. You're negotiating things with your children all the time. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't do this and that, they know you're not going to shoot them in the end. So they've really got the edge, and that goes on all the time. And it's interesting, kind of with the reputation of the industry. We bought a very large auto dealership operation a few years ago, and we did make more or less our kind of deal, winning the price, and probably 20 times since then, people come out and they say we want to do something, and they just we've never found one that we could do the same way. I mean, it's just part of their lives to negotiate. It's part of my life not to negotiate. So
you mean to come in with a high offer and
sure.
expect that you're going to negotiate?
Yeah, anything you say, and I understand that. I mean, that's the way a lot of things take place. But probably a majority of transactions, but it's nice to have a reputation for not doing it because it makes it a lot easier. You save a lot of time.
Well, let's talk about what it would mean if tariffs on Chinese goods rose to 25% from 10% on the $200 billion worth of goods at the end of the week. How significant is that? What would it mean for Berkshire's businesses?
Well, it would mean a lot to the world. It isn't just the countries involved, because they take the dollars they receive from us net and they buy goods in other places. I mean, their trade surplus is considerably less overall than their trade surplus with us. So everything intersects in the world, and it depends who gets retaliatory with us or with them, and it's easier to start it than it is to stop it, and the effects would be huge if conducted on a major scale over time. Just imagine, Becky, that our Constitution was set up differently, and that states could erect tariffs, and Michigan will put a tariff in on cars, and we would have one on corn, and that the degree to which trade would contract in this country, the mislocated plants, the migration of workers, I mean, it would be, well, it sounds ridiculous to talk about it, because it is ridiculous, but you've got countries where you would have similar effects if you get country after country after country, because you can't just have it between two countries. It will spread. Now, the very fact that it's sort of a nuclear threat is what brings people to the table. So I mean, that's the way that many play the game, but you don't want to have too many nuclear threats out there, because someday somebody may feel they have to fulfill one.
Right. Obviously, that's why the global markets are under pressure.
Sure.
It's not just Chinese markets that are down. You saw that Korea Kospi was down by about 3%. Markets down just about everywhere at this point.
It affects everything.
So that's you're saying the market's reaction is the right one. It's not an overreaction.
It's rational, and then we'll see what happens next. But obviously, if you went to bed a week ago and you thought there was a 1% chance of a trade war, and the subsequent events make you think there's a 10% chance, markets reflect that very quickly.
What would you put in terms of? I mean, you're an actuarial mind in terms of these things. What kind of odds would you put on it?
When you talk about two leaders of the two major economic powers in the world, that's not the sort of thing I can lay odds on. I mean, you were talking about two personalities who were very much used to getting their way in politics, and you're talking about how they will be perceived in their own country in terms of their behavior. And it gets very complicated. There's no way I know how to predict that.
Although you've written insurance contracts on weirder things than this,
yeah.
What would it take for you to ensure that there was a deal done at the end of this?
It would take a big premium. Yeah, just would not be the kind of thing I would look to insure, frankly.
Because it's so unknowable?
Yeah, and you'd have a hard time defining the risk precisely, because if they lasted for a month, and then so you get into the duration of how long it was. You'd have a lot of trouble writing the contract, but it is the sort of thing, not precisely identical, but it's that we do take on unusual risks. But this is a big one.
What will it mean for Berkshire businesses specifically? And I just think on Friday we spoke with Jim Weber, who's the head of Brooks Running. They've already relocated and moved a lot of their operations to Vietnam because of this concern. They've been in the process of doing that since these trade talks first kind of appeared.
Well, we've seen it in our rail, cargo, intermodal stuff that rides on the West Coast. I mean, everybody stocks up ahead of time, and it distorts things just thinking about it. You can imagine the distortion if you get into it, and you really can't predict the speed or the degree of effect because it spreads. You can't do something between U.S. and China in a big way without it affecting all the major markets as they go on. And you're starting a game that you don't know the ending of, but you know it isn't a good game. But like you say, it may be necessary to play another game to avoid that sort of thing. I mean, that's what mutually assured destruction was. I mean, as you felt, as long as you had mutually assured destruction, nobody would actually launch a missile. And this is could be a similar type game, a little bit of chicken in it.
You say that intermodal rail loadings were affected by it, meaning that you saw an increase in rail car loadings because months ago because people were trying to stop it.
People loaded up on inventory that they thought might. I mean, you thought there was going to be a 25%. I mean, if I thought there was going to be a 25% tax on Coca-Cola next week, I would have my house filled with Coca-Cola. It would look very good. Sales would look terrific. Guys that transported my house would be doing great. Everything would boom it all in.
Well, that's a big concern. I mean, if we've been looking at this great economy and thinking things are wonderful, but it was really just pulling things forward, and then you get into a situation where it stops down. Does that concern you just about
it pulls things forward? I think actually the GDP figures, there was a big inventory adjustment, no, if you think the flow of something is going to either stop or get more expensive, and you need it, you're going to load up ahead of time.
Will this change your behavior in any way when it comes to purchasing securities or making deals?
No, we will buy the same stocks today we were buying last week. It's just I won't tell you their names.
But would you buy more if you get them down 500 points?
The cheaper they get, the more I buy.
But it doesn't mean that you don't think the markets could
No, I'm not buying them because I think they're going to go up the next day or the next week.
So it's something you're watching very closely?
Yeah. Yeah, but we watch the prices of things we do more than current events. Because in the end, we aren't buying them because what's going to happen next month or next quarter. You know, we're really buying them because we think they'll be good businesses 10 years from now. If somebody came to us with a good business today, we'd buy it. And we'd buy it regardless of what's going on in the tariff situation. We might have, this won't be the case, but we're more likely perhaps to get something when other people are fearful. And you see that in a big way instantly in a market, in the market for businesses. But it's still there in people's minds.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here and news is breaking. There's just an SEC filing that came out from Kraft Heinz. That's obviously a big Berkshire Hathaway holding. Kraft Heinz says that it will restate earnings for 2016 and 2017 due to misstatements in the original filings. It does not, however, believe that the misstatements are what they call quantitatively material to any individual reporting period. It says that the impact on adjusted earnings is expected to be less than 2% for each year. Kraft Heinz says that it has now completed an investigation that shows several employees in its procurement operation engaged in misconduct, but none of those were members of senior management. Our guest today, again, is Warren Buffett. He's the chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, which owns a major portion of Kraft Heinz. And Warren, what do you think of this? This news just hitting while we're sitting here.
Well, that's more or less what I've heard. I'm not on the board anymore, but Greg Abel and Crazy Rick Cool are on, and so I've heard from them. This is an update that I heard last night, and they can't can't issue the first quarter reports until the 10K is filed, and they can't file the 10K until Pricewaterhouse signs off on it, and that apparently is going to require a restatement of a few years. And we could not report any earnings from Kraft Heinz in the first quarter, because if we get a dividend from Bank of America, that dividend goes into earnings, but because we have over 20% of Kraft Heinz, we don't report the dividends, we report the earnings. So we received a dividend of about $130 million in the first quarter. But that, we don't report that. And we expected to get the earnings before we issued our own report, but when the time came to issue our report and we didn't have anything, we put a zero in there and explained it in our release last Saturday, and this is just a further indication of the facts as they stand now. At some point, Pricewaterhouse will need to be happy with the figures they're reporting, and that evidently involves a restatement. And at that time, my guess is the quarterly figures become quite current, and that we keep picking up our share of the earnings.
I mean, this has been a long standoff period between PwC and the company. If they've missed all the deadline to get the numbers to you at that point, what?
Yeah, we didn't expect it, and I thought that we would have the earnings on time. And Kraft announced their earnings for last year, but they had not been signed off on by their auditors. So while they released them publicly, they couldn't file the 10K with the SEC subsequently. That's not unusual for companies to announce the earnings before they've actually got the sign off, but in any event, it's just we thought we were going to get them this week or next week, whatever it might be, and then last Saturday came, and that's our time for releasing quarterly earnings. We did not have them, so we stuck nothing in there, and in our footnote, and we put it in our press release as well, that we just didn't have the figures.
If they're restating their earnings, does that mean Berkshire Hathaway will also have to restate its earnings?
No, but it would be so immaterial by the time you take just our share. We're a much larger company, so I don't know exactly what we do when if it gets into the second quarter. I don't know whether we pick up 2 quarters in 1 quarter or exactly how that works.
They said that they've wrapped up this investigation. Are you satisfied with what you've heard from that part of the investigation, or do you know the details?
I don't know about that. I do know that because I've been kept abreast of some of the things. I don't listen in on directors' calls or anything like that, but Greg tells me what's the high points of or the low points of what's happened. And we have a terrific head of the audit committee, Jack Pope. He's an independent director. He knows this sort of thing, and he's put in the hours on it, and so I feel very good about the fact that Jack is he's really in charge of things from the standpoint of the directors.
Does the company have your confidence?
The company has my confidence.
You had talked about it over the weekend, where you said that what you paid for Kraft was too much in hindsight.
Exactly.
Not what you paid for Heinz.
That's correct. We just bought Heinz. It'd be a better investment, and we don't 50 out, just over 50% of a business that we're doing fine in relation to what we paid for it.
In a situation where you determine that you've now paid too much, what do you do?
I paid too much for stocks. I paid too much for a lot of things. Time usually works it out, but it means that capital could have been better deployed in other areas. You can always pay too much for a business, and I've done it with stocks many times. I've done it with businesses. We've got at Berkshire, we have at least a half a dozen businesses, and I can't even use a we there. I gotta say I pay too much. So, and if we make the next 10 deals we make, there will be a couple where it'll turn out that I paid too much.
But Warren, there was other news news across the wires just last night, and another deal that you're involved in. That would be backing up Occidental and its bid to try and take over Anadarko, which is also engaged in talks with Chevron, who's also got a bid out there. Last night, Occidental put out its own statement and said that it's going to be revising its proposal. It's now talking about a deal, still $76 a share offer, but 78% cash and 22% stock. By increasing that cash portion, it allows what they call significant immediate value, greater closing certainty, enhanced accretion, because with this, they no longer have to ask their shareholders for permission on this. What are your thoughts about where the deal stands and what this latest update says?
Yeah, I got a call yesterday evening. First time I talked to Occidental, actually since a week ago yesterday, Sunday, and they told me that they were going in this direction, which I like, but I have nothing to do with it. I mean, we committed $10 billion, and it had nothing to do with how they framed their offer, how much they offered, or anything else. That all I knew was that they were sure they could get $10 billion from us if they complete the deal with Anadarko.
One of the pieces of the letter that Vicki Hollub, the president and CEO of Occidental, put out in its letter back to Anadarko surprised me a little bit with just how it still seems like this is a hostile bid. There's not good faith talks that seem to be taking place between them. Based on her letter, she said this: "We remain perplexed at your apparent resistance to obtaining far more value for Anadarko shareholders, which has been expressed clearly through our interactions over the last week." Sounds to me like that is still kind of a hostile bid.
Well, it's my understanding, and bear in mind, first thing I heard about this was a week ago Friday when Brian Moynihan called and said the big Occidental wanted to talk to you, and I talked to them on Sunday a week ago yesterday. My understanding is Anadarko and Occidental had talked much earlier, well before the Chevron bid. And we're talking about a transaction, and then Chevron made an offer which Anadarko accepted, but Anadarko was for sale. I mean, and so it entered in hell talks about selling itself to Occidental. This is my understanding, so they were talking. Maybe they were talking to more than two parties, for that matter. I wouldn't know that, but they decided that they were willing to sell. I'm sure subject to price, obviously, and they accepted an offer, and Occidental felt they had a better offer, and that's apparently where things still stand, but I don't know
Part of
the details.
Part of the idea behind it had been that, well, would Occidental be able to get approval from its shareholders because its stock was under pressure? Some of the shareholders obviously didn't like the deal. By using your cash instead of issuing as much stock as they had anticipated originally, that will keep them from having to go to their shareholders to ask permission for this. And as they're saying in their own letter, that certainly increases the certainty of this deal taking place and removes some of that uncertainty.
I would also think that the shareholder, if you own Occidental, you're bullish on oil over the years, and you're probably bullish on the Permian Basin because they're such a significant portion of their assets there. So the idea that they will use less stock and more cash as part of the deal, although they're getting the cash from us, but I would think net if I'd been a holder of Occidental over time, I probably would like that kind of a deal. At Berkshire, I hate to issue stock. So, generally speaking, if any company we own is buying something, we like it better when they buy it for cash than they use stock because we like their stock. So we'll see what the reaction is to this, but I would just imagine it had been an all-stock offer to begin with. I would think people would net their shareholders, but the shareholders will be speaking out, but I would think the shareholders would like the shares.
Andrew's got a question from back in studio too. Andrew?
Hey Warren, I was just curious whether you were surprised that Anadarko hadn't engaged with Occidental on this at this price, and also if there was a price at which you would think that Anadarko, that Occidental shouldn't pay, meaning if Chevron were to come back and they're at 5 times the size of Occidental, they could just write a check and this could be over with if they wanted to. But if the price were to go up, I know you get preferred shares ultimately. Is there a price at which you wouldn't look at this favorably?
Well, we committed the $10 billion, 100%. We do not have any control, nor did we want any control over what Occidental did with our $10 billion in terms of everything. There's nothing in our deal that provides that they have to come back to us and request permission really to do anything. It's a remarkable deal, but that's the way we do them, and in that respect, and so they get our $10 billion if and when they close a deal with Anadarko, and they don't have to consult us. They certainly don't need our vote. They don't. It was a matter of courtesy. I got the call yesterday, but it was not a matter of necessity on their part. That's one of the advantages of dealing with Berkshire. I mean, we can do things that other people don't like to do, or their lawyers don't like them to do, and this is not a deal that our lawyers would have written.
Is this deal a bet on the Permian Basin and on oil prices, or is this just a bet on, hey, it's great to have an 8% preferred?
Well, not great to have an 8% preferred if there's any oil. No, it's a bet on oil prices over the long term more than anything else. It's also a bet on the fact that the Permian Basin is what it's cracked up to be and all of that sort of thing. But oil prices will determine whether almost any oil stock is a good investment over time, whether it's Exxon or some wildcat driller. I mean, if oil was way down, you don't solve that by arguing. If it was way up, you make a lot of money, and it's not what it does next week or next month or next year. You're buying reserves that go far out into the future, so you have to have a view on oil over time, and Charlie and I have got some views on that, not too specific because they're not that well informed, but they are. We feel good about doing the financing.
Why don't you just buy it yourself? It's only a $35 billion deal, and you've got $110 billion in cash sitting around.
Well, that might have happened if Anadarko had come to us, but we wouldn't jump into some other deal that we just heard about through somebody coming to us and seeking financing. No, we hope people come to us on businesses, but I had no idea that this transaction was going to happen. I mean, we could go Friday when I got the call from Brian Moynihan. Well, I'd read in the paper about the deal, but I've never had any contact with Anadarko of any sort.
David Faber reported last week that you had said you would offer up to $20 billion, double the $10 billion that you did doing this deal. Is that the case?
If they needed it, but I think they have an arrangement, obviously, with the Bank of America, who call us. I don't know anything about that deal. I just know that the BofA has arranged that financing. If there were a different sort of thing, but what I meant to some extent with that is I'd be also very happy if somebody calls tomorrow and needs $20 billion. The Occidental just needed the $10 billion.
Okay, but you like doing these deals at bigger sizes, not smaller sizes?
Exactly.
Back to Andrew's point, this is there for forever. It doesn't matter if the bids go up, doesn't matter what happens along the way. Your $10 billion is in this deal for whatever happens.
Yeah, there is. The lawyers don't write deals like this, but we tell them to. There's no material adverse change. There's no. If the stock market closes, if this deal closes, we're there. We're there under all circumstances, and we have not written any outs into it, and but that's part of the direction of doing business with Berkshire. And
many stocks are under some pressure from what they were seeing from these Chinese trade talks, what the implications are from all of that. One stock that is under pressure today, shares of Apple. If you want to take a look at the chart, closed on Friday at 211.75. This morning the bid's at 204.91, the ask is at 205.10, and that's because China has been such a huge component for Apple. Tim Cook talked in the last earnings last week about how things seem to be really improving there. Tim Cook also traveled to Omaha this weekend. He was here for the Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting. It's his first time coming here, but for Berkshire, Apple is now the biggest investment that they have in their equity portfolio. It's also Berkshire is also the third largest investor in shares of Apple. So when we sat down with Tim Cook this weekend, I got the chance to ask him what he thought and how he found out that Berkshire was first buying into shares of Apple. Listen in.
I found out probably like you did, which is the 13F gets filed and somebody tells me about it and oh, this is really cool. Warren Buffett is investing in Apple. We welcome all shareholders, but we run the company for the long term. And so the fact that we've got the ultimate long-term investor in the stock is incredible because our interests are aligned. And then, but I knew Warren before then, but we had no idea they were looking at the company. They do all that obviously secretly and have their own method of doing that. And it's been a privilege, and I'm super happy they've been accumulating.
What happened when you found out? Was there talk around the office? Were there any high fives, or was it oh boy, now what?
It seemed like recognition in a way, like an honor and a privilege, and I don't mean that in a light-hearted kind of way. I mean, wow, it's Warren Buffett is investing in the company, and and so it felt great. I think for the whole company, because we knew that he didn't. He's been very clear he didn't invest in technology companies and companies he didn't understand. He's been totally clear with that. And so he obviously views Apple as a consumer company and in a different kind of way. And I think that's really special.
Warren, what did you think hearing this? Because when I told you we were going to tell you how you found out, you said, oh, good, I'd like to hear the story. You've never talked to him about that?
I didn't, not about that specifically, no. I've known Tim a little over the years. I'd see him maybe at least once a year, and then maybe twice a year. I talked to him on the phone a few times and sent him a letter. I sent him a Martin Luther King speech some years ago that was kind of lost to history, that was terrific, and I thought he'd enjoy. But no, I didn't call him up while we were buying. I try to keep as quiet as I can when we're buying anything.
China, though, is a huge issue for Apple. It's why the stock had been under pressure earlier this year, at the end of last year. Last week on the earnings call, it certainly sounded like they thought China, the situation there was improving. What does this news today mean for you?
Well, the important thing is really what the relationship is with China 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now. This all enters in, and certainly it's hard for me to imagine that the two most important countries in the world would do dumb things over a long period of time, but they could. I mean, the possibility always exists that you get miscalculations or egos or national pride or whatever it may be, and that things do escalate. I don't think that'll happen. I know it shouldn't happen. I think it's a low probability, but that would be bad. Be bad for everything Berkshire owns. I mean, it isn't a question of Apple or have a very negative effect on our economy, other world economies, and there's chain reaction sorts, that type of thing. So I don't think it'll happen, but I don't think it's zero the probability.
You say it would be bad for virtually all the businesses that Berkshire owns, but Apple's in a pretty unique position because it is so front and center, because it's already come up as a potential target for some of these things. Do you think Apple runs a special risk or not?
Well, it would have, I mean, obviously in terms of our electric utility in Iowa, would have a very minor effect relative to other types of businesses. But the ripple effect, if you get a recession, and it hits everything almost eventually. And so I think it's very unwise. It's kind of like having you have a nuclear war. You don't want to say ha ha ha, if you're in Canada because somebody attacking the United States or something. It's impossible to contain it if you have two superpowers in trade involved, and you can't predict exactly how it spreads.
Apple shares are down 3% this morning, just looking at the chart.
Yeah.
That's good. Why?
Well, because they're repurchasing shares, and when they repurchase shares, our interest goes up and we don't lay out a dime. I love it, and obviously it's better to buy it at X than 2X.
They've said they've reauthorized up to $75 billion in additional shares. You're behind that? You're in favor of that, I should say.
Wildly in favor of that.
We're going to talk a little bit more about share repurchases, not just with Apple, but more broadly, because it is a question that came up pretty frequently this weekend at the annual meeting, too.
Repurchases could be the dumbest thing in the world or the smartest thing in the world. I've seen both. But they're just repurchases by the company are just like purchases by us. They're dumb at one price and they're smart at another price. And I like it when we're invested in companies where they understand that. Many companies just repurchase, and it's the thing to do, and they're encouraged to by some shareholders and by their brokers. And repurchases can be dumb, they can be smart. At Apple, they've been smart.
Warren, we did talk at the top of the last hour about what the China tariffs potentially mean for business and what they mean for Berkshire, but you're looking at the markets down almost 500 points this morning. And for people who are just waking up and just kind of trying to figure out what this means for them, for their portfolios, for their businesses today, I'm sure they've got some questions. What can you tell them? What do you say when you look at the markets, I guess down 460 points right now for the Dow?
Well, I'm saying if you own a farm and you're worried about selling your farm because you read the newspaper this morning, or if you own a perfectly decent business in your town and you're worried about you think you should worry about selling your business today because of that, then you should worry about selling stocks. But if you look at stocks as businesses that you own little pieces of, why in the world should you sell it based on headlines of any sort? I mean, if you expect a farm to be a good investment over 10 years, if you expect an apartment house to be a good investment over 10 years, and if you own a marketable security, which is an interest in a business, and you expect that business to be a good business over 10 years, it's nonsense to get feeling good or bad about what stock prices do in a day unless you have extra money and they go down and then you feel better because you can buy more of them cheaper. Just like if you could buy the farm right next to you cheaper, you'd love that if you were a farmer.
Usually that's an analogy that I understand and agree with, but this time around, a farm in particular, I would be pretty worried if I was the farmer trying to figure out if I should be planting soybeans or if I think I'm going to be able to make enough money to get things back this time around. Yeah. Tariffs have hit the farmers particularly hard, and a lot of them have said they're behind the president. They want to see us get to a better situation. But many of them are also in a position where, look, they've already been asked to give a lot. They thought we were about to reach a deal, and they're hoping that when they're making decisions for this planting season, they have some clarity.
Well, it is true that business generally has improved, markets improved, everything, and the farmer has not participated in that. So this has been a very good economy for a long time. I mean, we've been coming back for 8 or 9 years, and businesses kept getting better. Interest rates have been low for business. Stocks have gone up, and the farmer has not participated the same way. So maybe I shouldn't use that example, but if you have a decent business, I mean, you buy into a business. You don't buy a stock that wiggles around, and people understand that, but then they behave as if it's bad news when the price goes down. If you had a half interest in a wonderful business, and then the person that owned the other half came in and they were depressed by these headlines today, and they said, I'll sell to you my share of the business a lot cheaper than yesterday because I think this whole thing is going to just here. I wish you weren't so depressed, but, but if you're selling it to me cheaper, you know, the business is going to be here 5 years from now and 10 years from now. And all headlines, you don't know what the world's going to look like in 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. What you do know is that the United States is going to grow over time, and the businesses are going to generally do well. And if you own decent businesses, you'll make money.
That's a great long-term perspective, but for the shorter term, not just for stock prices, even for companies that are trying to think about their quarterly earnings, or trying to figure out how they're going to be able to pay for some items, or figuring out how the relationship with the supplier is going to work at this point. It could be an impact that's fairly large in the short to medium term.
Our own subsidiaries, obviously, where they thought that tariffs could be increased, they loaded up more on inventory. I mean, you make business decisions, but you don't make a decision about whether to buy or sell the business if you've got a good business. You've got it. If you're going to own a business for 10 years, you're going to see a lot of terrible headlines. You know, I bought into my first business in 1942. You know, they didn't notice that I did. But just imagine all those headlines at that time, and the world, you know, the Philippines were falling. I mean, we were losing the war, and but the United States is going, your kids are going to look better than you did, and your grandchildren are going to look better than they do, and generally speaking, productive assets are going to be worth more in this country. And if you own a diversified group of productive assets, you'll do fine as long as you don't read the papers.
Although you did say an hour ago that the sell-off when the Dow was down by about 500 points was not an undue sell-off, was not overdone at that point, if we actually get into raising tariffs by 12%.
Well, it may not be undue. I mean, in the day or the week, but you should be. I don't have the faintest idea how to buy and sell stocks for a day or a week or a month. I know how to buy businesses for a long period of time. I'll be wrong on some of them. You won't be wrong on America.
In terms of that, when you look at the markets today, if you see cheaper prices, would that mean that you would buy more of a stock that you might have bought last week?
Yeah, some of them will hit levels that might have been below it. I will always react well to declining prices. If I like to buy a business, you know, if I could buy this hotel we're in and they drop the price, is that good news or bad news for me? I mean, if I like to buy hotels. So, but the fundamental point, some people get it, some don't, but when you are buying a stock, you're not buying something that wiggles around or is on a chart or has a target price, you're buying part of a business. If you're right about the business, you know, that crazy price, you can be right about the stock as long as you don't do dumb things yourself.
Over the weekend, a lot of questions came up about share buybacks. People were asking specifically about Berkshire. Why don't you buy back more shares of Berkshire, especially when you have $110 billion in cash on hand? What's your answer to that?
Well, we will only buy Berkshire if we think that the shareholder the next day is, or that same day, is wealthier after we've bought the stock. In other words, we bought it for a shade less, or maybe a lot less, but at least a shade less than it's actually worth. And we don't set out to buy any given amount. We set out to buy stock at prices below intrinsic value per share. Now, intrinsic value per share is not something that is precise to the penny or anything. It's probably a band of 10% or something like that. And my partner Charlie Munger, if you asked us to give you a slip of paper with intrinsic value per share on it, it would not be the same figure, but it'd be close. And we both would have a band or something of the sort. If you're buying it below that figure, you know, if we've each got $1 and you'll sell me, and we put it on the table and you sit, and you can't reach it for a while, you say, well, I can't reach it, so I'll sell you my share for 95 cents, I'll give you 95 cents, you know, so that $1 too, yeah, no dice. So it's not complicated. It may be beyond my ability to figure out the intrinsic value of certain kinds of businesses, but with Berkshire, I've got a reasonable idea. I try to give the shareholders the same information that I regard as important in calculating that. Now, it can change. Presumably, we want it to change upward over time because we retain earnings and we should be building more value. But that's the equation. First of all, you have to have the cash you need to run the business. I mean, that's Steve Jobs called me one time. I mean, he called me, I don't know how many years ago, but he was thinking about shares, and I said, see, there's just two questions. I said, you know, A, you have all the business, all the money that you need to develop the kind of business that you've got in your head for the next 5 or 10 years. And, oh, he said, we got plenty of money. And then I said, then the second question is your stock selling for less than it's worth? And he said, oh yeah, it's selling for a lot less than it's worth. And I said, well, you answered your own question. And, but if he answered, we need the money we've got here actually to fully develop our business, and we've got opportunities to do it. I said, forget about it, you know, build the new plants and do that, and maybe the cash will come in later where you can buy stock. And secondly, if he said the stock isn't really cheap, what's the reason for buying it in?
Did he buy back shares after that?
He didn't like buying back shares. I think he was hoping I was going to give him a different answer. He didn't argue with the logic of it, but I think maybe I think he was hoping for a different answer.
It's interesting that you say that because Tim Cook, the current CEO of Apple, was here this weekend, and we got the chance to ask him about share buybacks too, because share buybacks have been such a big deal for Apple. They've deployed so much cash doing that, and just announced last week at the earnings that they'd be buying back an additional $75 billion worth of Apple shares, or at least they've authorized the repurchase of that much. Again, we sat down with him this weekend, and here's what he had to say about that too. Listen in more.
This is a funny story a bit. Is back in 2012, I've been in the CEO spot maybe a year or so. We had a growing amount of cash. I think we had crossed the 100 billion kind of mark, if my memory is correct. And I was getting lots of input from a lot of different people, as you can guess. And when I don't have experience in something, I always make a list of the people that I think are the smartest people that I can contact to talk to them and get advice. And Warren was on the top of the list. As you can imagine, I'd never met Warren before. And so I get his number, I call out to Omaha, and I'm thinking, I wasn't sure he'd take the call. Yeah, I started calling out of the blue. He doesn't know me from Adam. And, but he took the call, and I had a great conversation with him, and that was the first time that I'd met Warren, and he was very clear to me. I still remember he goes, let me just cut through it. If you believe your stock is undervalued, you should buy your stock. And I thought that was just the simplest way of looking at it. So here's what we do, is we first and foremost take care of our people, and we take care of the company and the future of the company. And we've been investing a ton in both this country and some others. We're going to spend $350 billion in the United States and building new sites, and we just got to the new expansion in Austin and so forth. So all of that is number one, right? And then if we have money left over, we look to see what else we do.
Hey, it's me, your dry skin. I'm craving something we're missing. The ceramides in CeraVe. They help restore my natural barrier so I can lock in moisture. We've got to have each other's backs. CeraVe, now the #1 dermatologist recommended skincare brand.
Part of what else they do, he said, is to make acquisitions. And what I didn't realize is he said they're making an acquisition every week or two.
Yeah, they make a lot of small
He said they've made 20 to 30 acquisitions over the last 6 months, small acquisitions that they don't really talk about and don't tell people things about.
Yeah.
You knew that?
If you look at the 10Q, you know, you can see, but they make a lot of acquisitions. Yeah. And I hope Berkshire makes a lot of acquisitions, and I'd rather buy an attractive business than buy our own stock at its intrinsic business value. If our stock gets well below that, I've still got this strong, and I can do both, fortunately, but why, how an executive can say we're going to spend $10 billion buying stock and then not pay any attention to the price at which they buy it? They wouldn't buy any other business that way. And so we're price sensitive on it. On the other hand, when the price is right, there's no easier way to make money for your shareholders.
You say you like Apple buying back shares, so you think the price is right there.
Well, they've done a terrific job of it. They've done a terrific job. They make
can you tell when a company's doing a bad job repurchasing? I mean, you have to be able to figure out how to value the business properly. It's easier than you're making it sound.
Yeah. The truth is, if you look back, and I was director of the company, but Coca-Cola kept repurchasing their shares at a time when it didn't make sense if you look at it in the years earlier. They had a terrifically good idea of repurchasing when the company only had a market value of, in less than $10 billion. And they bought a lot of stock and they were aggressive about it. And they fell in love with the idea. And I was a director on it at the time. But they're one of many. I mean, the same thing happened at Gillette to a degree. It's interesting. Sometimes it's difficult for CEOs to be objective about their own stock price. And they think the higher it sells, the better. And it's a fine way to feel if you're repurchasing it and you're repurchasing the prices up to the sky.
When Coca-Cola was buying back shares and it turned out it was at too high of a price and you were a director, did you know that at the time?
I had a pretty good idea.
Why didn't you say something?
Well, I may have made some comments, but the management had done a sensational job. I mean, that's one of the reasons it got so high. They done a terrific job. They made me a ton of money, if you belch too often at the dinner table, you don't get invited to parties anymore.
Which is the difficulty, I think, with probably any board.
You don't get to be a director if you're, unless maybe you're an activist or something, but people don't like it if you speak. And some CEOs like it a whole lot less than others. Some CEOs actually encourage a fair amount of dialogue, and others, make sure that all the important stuff comes up at 5 of 12 when you have to leave at 12 to catch your plane, and then explain to 6 hours later.
That's interesting.
Boards are managed in different ways.
Have you known every board you've been on which has been managed well and which has not?
Well, some are managed well in some respects, and they can be done financially. I mean, you have some managements that really have a money sense, and then you've got others that they're very good managers, but they're not good at. I always love it when I hear management. I ask the guy what he's doing with his own money, and he says, "Oh, I couldn't possibly, evaluate stocks and everything. I turn that over to somebody else," and then he goes out and makes a $5 billion acquisition or something he doesn't really know anything about. We're just buying a whole lot of stock. Some are good at it, some aren't. That's true of our managers. We have terrific managers. Some of them are good at bolt-on acquisitions, and some of them would be terrible.
Do you let the ones who would be terrible at it go ahead and make it bolt-on acquisitions?
Some of them don't have that great operational sense. They don't have a money sense exactly. You talk to a lot of managers, CEOs, and they don't want to run their own stock portfolio. Well, those are decisions, and those are capital allocation decisions, and they know a lot about businesses, and they know how to value things. You think they'd be good investors, but I had one fellow who was a big partner, and back when I was running a partnership a long time ago, and he had stock options in his place, and he would regularly exercise and take the money and buy Berkshire. Well, he actually wasn't so dumb, but it wasn't exactly what the options were supposed to incent.
But that's unique to have somebody who understands both operations and the money side of things.
Some really do.
I'm thinking.
I would say Tim Cook for capitalism. He has a real grasp of. He has a operational mind, and he has a money mind as well.
What about Greg Abel and Ajit Jain?
I don't want to get into that. I'm going through the alphabet on this.
No, I ask it because Berkshire's in a unique position, and you have people who are doing all kinds of things. Some who are managing money, some who are managing operations.
Yeah.
Can somebody do all of that?
Both of those guys happen to have extreme money sense, but I don't want to get started going through the list.
Understood. Can't help but try.
Yeah, well, you got the answer, but you got two important ones.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. President Trump tweeting just minutes ago, the United States has been losing for many years, $600 to $800 billion a year on trade. With China, we lose $500 billion. Sorry, we're not going to be doing that anymore. take a quick look at the futures. Continue to be down close to 500 points, 471, 472. Nasdaq down 161. S&P down 50. I guess, Becky, if I were to pose a question to Warren, it would just be that those trade deficit numbers, you can, you get bogged down and talk about whether they're good or bad or how to fix them. And it's a symptom of really it's a symptom more than a cause of what happens with China. I was just wondering, Warren, you've done great over the years with the status quo, with how the United States has approached China and China trade. Berkshire's done great. We've all done great. Everything's fine. Do you wish that Trump hadn't confronted China at all, and we just aren't addressing any of these long-term problems with intellectual property or take your pick of which issue we're trying to solve, but you just wish he had left it alone and just let Berkshire do its business the way it's been doing, or do you think there's some rationale to confronting China?
China and the United States for the next 100 years, I can tell you two facts about it. They'll be the two superpowers of the world, and we'll always have some tensions with them. And it could well be about intellectual property. It certainly has over the last 20 years or thereabouts, 30 years. And it will be about trade. It will be about policies that they're carrying out, in terms of their neighbors or we're doing. There's no way you can have two countries so dominant in the world without them having policy. You just don't. There can be tensions. There can be negotiations, and sometimes we'll both come away thinking we lost. But it's inevitable. So and how you play the game if you're negotiating with some people that are tough negotiators on the other side. I mean, it's not. Those are not easy decisions to make. I mean, if you're doing with a labor union, nobody really wants to strike. It's bad for both sides, but sometimes things develop to that point. So I think you should get very used to the fact that if you're a young person, you're going to see a lot of different tensions over time. It would have been on the individuals involved. It would have been on the specifics of the situation. But every time we see it won't be like a garden.
Warren, you mentioned that there are going to be times where both sides walk away and feel like they lose. Are there times that both sides could walk away and feel like they win? Because that's usually the sign of a successful negotiation.
You want both sides to feel like they won at the end. And the idea of a negotiation is to take something that you have, the other person needs, and in a sense trade that for something that they have that you need, and it's going to be constant, and there's times when it's going to be tense. It's just the nature of things. I mean, you have that on a much different level when you're negotiating nuclear arms reductions or something of the sort. I mean, we know it's in the interest to get the nuclear stockpiles down and all of that, but that doesn't mean it's easy, and you try to come up with deals that are good for both sides, but that's not always easy.
I mean, I try and think about that in this scenario, and it may be particularly difficult in this scenario because for a long time we've been dealing with China as if they were still not a superpower, as if they were still, and so we've been giving them better sides of deals. It's really hard to all of a sudden say we're taking some of that back. What do they get out of this deal when we are trying to change a negotiation that we think has been unfair to this moment?
It's difficult for us to accept the fact. It was difficult for us to accept the fact after World War II that the Soviet was a superpower in terms of military power. And they're wrong. I mean, as you know, there are all kinds of tensions involved in that, and negotiations, and it's still a worry that we have the two big nuclear stockpiles in the world, and you worry in terms of mistakes being made. I mean, it's a big game. And with China, it's overwhelmingly an economic game. And it's an economic game we didn't think we'd be in 40 or 50 years ago. I mean, the rise of their economy has been extraordinary. And they do some things we don't like in connection with that. And sometimes you have to get tough to make changes, and we do some things they don't like. But it's a reality. interests in politics or their own interests in business. And it's not easy to navigate, but leadership that's the job of leadership, is to take on the tough problems.
Having said that, the economy has held up very well in the face of any tensions that we've seen to this point. Jobs report, incredibly strong on Friday. The last GDP report was very strong too. So
you can't stop America. You can't stop China though either. But you can't stop America. I mean, we live as a country. It's extraordinary what we have compared to 30 or 40 years ago. Even in agriculture, it makes it tough in agriculture because we get more productive all the time, and that tends to depress prices. But this country is going to move forward. I mean, there's no question about that. But China's going to move forward. And the way to try to do it is to do it that maximizes what both countries can do well, and more trade is better. But trade in specific industries can hurt specific industries here, and that's a huge problem. That the heads of both countries have to be the educators in chief, and they have to explain why trade is good for the populace as a whole, and it can be terrible for people in certain industries, and then a rich country takes care of those people that become roadkill in the process of producing a better life for 330 million Americans.
Lots of people on Wall Street are not going to be as sanguine about this news today. I've been reading some reports last night, Goldman Sachs saying that this is not only rapidly increases the odds that we don't get a trade pact with China, but also increases the odds that you could see Trump announce that he's going to pull out of NAFTA, or that he's going to put auto tariffs on European imports. What do you think of that, and what would that mean?
It's the problem of escalation, and anything. We have the problem of that with nuclear weapons. I mean, the escalation, and it gets more and more dangerous as people become feeling more and more threatened, and their own local political situation demands more and more action. I mean, that's the dynamic that you're facing anytime you get to these major problems between countries, and that requires the wisdom of the leaders, but to some extent it requires the wisdom of the people. I mean, and how the leaders convey it, and how they conduct themselves. But we will have this sort of thing happen. We've had it happen, obviously, and occasionally would turn into wars in the past. We can't do that anymore. In a nuclear world, you can't get to that point, and any sane person realizes it, but you don't want to get too close to that tinderbox.
USMCA, also better known as New NAFTA, that deal is out there, but now I think Pelosi is saying that they're not going to bring it for a vote at this point. Are you in favor of the New NAFTA deal?
No, I was in favor of the original one. We are very, very lucky to have Canada and Mexico bordering us. I mean, and then oceans on the other side. I mean, it's geographically, it's a very attractive position compared to how countries are situated around the world, and we've got lots and lots and lots of common interests, and we are the big guy in the game, and as the big guy in the game, we should do more than our share of making sure that our neighbors are growing and prospering at a rate that's consistent with our. Doesn't mean they're equal, but when we live better, they live better. And trade with Mexico and Canada is enormously important. We should treat them as neighbors and not adversaries.
We are live in Omaha, where we've been talking for the last hour and a half plus with Warren Buffett, who's the chairman and CEO of Berkshire Hathaway. Right now, we're joined by Charlie Munger, who's the vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway. He is also the chairman of the Good Samaritan Hospital in Los Angeles, chairman of the Daily Journal, and he's on the board at Costco. And Charlie, thank you very much for being here with us this morning.
Glad to be here.
It's great to see you. We are coming off of the annual shareholders meeting, and obviously we're going to talk to you guys about the news of the day. But first, I'd like to take the opportunity while I have the two of you here together, just to talk a little bit about what your partnership has meant to each other. How many years, Warren, have you been partners with Charlie?
I met him in 1959, and we instantly became partners in thinking. And then over the years, we developed all these financial relationships. But I knew immediately upon meeting Charlie that we were going to be, we were in sync, and we've lasted a lot longer than I thought we would. But we have had incredible fun together. We've done all kinds of things. Some have worked, some haven't worked, and we've never had an argument. We disagree on things sometimes, but we've never had an argument. And he never second guessed me. I try not to second guess him. It's a great relationship.
Charlie, 60 years. Did you know at that first meeting that you'd have a partnership like
Well,
this?
I knew that we were on the same page, but it's been very lucky that a little company became as big as it did, and that we've had the run with that.
What's it like?
I think we're very talented and all that, but we've also had a tailwind of good luck.
What's it like in terms of how you all kind of use each other as sounding boards? How does that work?
Well, if two people collaborate in their own way, they're better off. Einstein would not have been able to do what he did if he didn't have various people to talk to.
It's more fun, too.
Yeah.
The ideas are better than that, but it's also more fun. When we disagree, Charlie says, well, you'll end up agreeing with me because you're smart and I'm right. Very simple. And he is right, that's the hell of it.
Not always.
You're both pretty, you both act pretty unilaterally though. You both kind of do your own things and then come to each other after the fact a lot of the time.
He knows what I'm thinking, I know what he's thinking. And either one of us would ever do anything we felt the other one was opposed to. We might feel like with a little something to do, but we are in sync.
Let's talk about a deal you did recently, Occidental.
Right.
Where you agreed to back them up. You cut that deal and then you called Charlie, but you knew what he was thinking already?
I didn't want to wake him up. He's on Pacific Coast time. I thought it'd be very unfair if I called him.
Well, I knew I'd be for that deal.
Sure. Anyway.
How did you know that? How do you know so much about each other and how you think?
Well, Occidental's in my part of the world, and of course I've followed to some extent the developments that are interesting.
And what do you think of the Occidental deal? Why do you like it?
I like it.
Why?
I think it's got potential.
Because?
Well, because I think that Occidental is right to want to do it.
To buy into the Permian Basin to get more assets?
Absolutely.
And what is it about the Permian Basin that you like?
It's got a lot of oil and gas. I don't like a desert just for its own sake.
I asked Warren this earlier today. If it's such a great deal, and the Permian Basin is such a great deal, why didn't you just buy Anadarko?
Nobody asked us to.
Yeah, well, and it's that may sound strange, but who knows if they come to us, you know, but we do usually wait till people come to us, so it isn't like if we wanted to buy into the field, we necessarily, start dialing and flying around and everything. That
Occidental knows a lot about the basin and we don't.
Yeah,
actually like having somebody with us that knows something about it.
Yeah, when we were in Solomon, we had something called Anglo-American, some promotional operation.
Anglo-Persian.
What?
Was it Anglo-Persian?
Something, anyway.
But it was Anglo-British or something, but whatever it was neither.
It was neither, Anglo-Swiss, actually.
Anglo-Swiss.
And they came to the directors and had this big plan for drilling in Russia, and we were gonna put up a lot of money and send it to Siberia and hope that we got oil back. And Charlie said, who's Anglo and
who's Swiss?
Who's Swiss? And of course, none of these people were, so they were lying in the name of the company. And I did not go over so well with the Solomon port, when Charlie pointed out. We sent a lot of money to Siberia, and they brought one
never got it back either.
We got one little vial of oil. The guy came to see me one time after I became chairman. He showed
no Swiss, just flies all the way down.
Let me ask you though about Occidental and this deal in particular. If you like the Permian Basin, but you've also both commented on times when you think you've paid too much in the past. Is there a number that would hit that you would think, okay, this is paying too much for the Permian Basin too? Charlie?
Of course, all the time. We always think that way.
Yeah.
But it's not anywhere near at the price that they're paying right now.
We don't know. Maybe the last dollar. All we know is they're willing to do it.
You both have made some comments about recently to us that you think prices are very high in terms of what you have to pay for a premium for buying a company outright. Is that
There's
still the
probably more
case?
competition for buying companies by people who are using other people's money and therefore have less sensitivity to price and who are willing to borrow a whole lot more and are being offered the ability to borrow a whole lot more with less in the way of covenants. So the competition is tough on it.
And they get part of the upside and none of the downside.
In fact, they make money on the downside.
Yeah, so that is really terrible competition for us. And it gets worse every year.
Is that why you're sitting on such a big pile of cash at this point?
Part of the reason, of
It's
course.
residual. On the other hand, I would much rather own many common stocks than bonds. And of course, I think stocks compared to bonds, and you have to compare, they are the ultimate. We've talked about bond yields and in fact being gravity, and when they're very low, there's very little gravity to pull down stocks. And that condition exists today. We'd so much rather own the business of America than get a 3% for 30 years from the government. And people are making those choices all the time in the investment world that stocks actually, in many cases, they look like perfectly intelligent investments.
Charlie, you agree with that?
Sure.
Let's talk about some of the IPOs that have been coming to market recently because there has been a bit of a fervor. Many of these IPOs have done very well, although not all of them. Lyft shares are under pressure. Uber comes to market this week, and Warren, you mentioned this weekend, and you talked once again about how you had looked at Uber about 18 months ago and passed on that. What do you think about Uber coming to market now?
Well, because I looked at it, I really don't want to discuss Uber, and I don't have any special feelings about it than any other coming to market. But I would say that in 54 years, I don't think Berkshire's ever going into issue. I mean, the idea of saying the best place in the world I could put my money is something where all the selling incentives are there, commissions are higher, the animal spirits are rising. That's going to be better than 1,000 other things I could buy where there is no similar selling enthusiasm and the desire to get the deal done and extra commissions. That's the single best thing to buy on a given day. I mean,
I can't think of a time we've ever done it.
Ever bought an IPO?
Yeah, never will.
How can it be?
They don't even call us.
Yeah, but how could it be the best single thing to use your money for in a given day is something that they got everybody in the world out pushing it. And, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm not saying that necessarily what we're buying is going to work out better, but there have to always be better things than one single issue. If you make one decision on investing, if you can't find something among all the choices we see that is better than something that and like I say, the commissions they've come down, I think, now on this, but I mean, the highest commission thing that a stock salesman could sell was the new issue. So you have all this push behind it. We like to buy things we're not making a dime selling to us.
Charlie, just specifically on some of these companies, and I won't talk about Uber versus any of the others, but a lot of these companies are coming very late in the cycle. They've had massive private capital that's been put to work to this point, and they still have massive losses and the need for more capital.
It's even worse than that. Some of them have preference for each round, and so the rounds aren't really fair rounds. There's a lot of lying in modern finance.
So you're not in favor of any of these big...
I don't like lying.
What do you think of these? I ask this because we have a lot of retail investors who watch and who are looking at this and they feel the excitement behind it.
I don't need to get any wonderful advice from us about buying IPOs.
Whenever you buy a stock, let's say you're buying General Motors, 1.4 billion shares out. We'll say the stock sport is a little below that. You should be able to take out a one-page sheet of paper and say, I am buying the General Motors Company at $56 billion because. And if you can't answer that question, if you can't write that out, then you have to go on to something else. And if you're buying Berkshire, you have to say, I am buying Berkshire Hathaway at $500 billion because. And if the answer isn't something you can write, you can't say I'm buying it because my neighbor thinks it's going to go up, or because, everybody's talking about it on CNBC this morning, or whatever it may be.
Or like a writer on Uber.
Yeah. No. That's the question you answer. Now, when you buy groceries, buy everything else, you can answer that question. But if you can't answer it on something that you're involving your savings of, many years for, why in the world why should you be doing it?
Let me ask you, gentlemen, about a topic that came up over the weekend at the annual shareholders meeting, and that's shares of Wells Fargo and just the company to this point. I got a lot of questions that were sent to me by shareholders questioning why you all have been standing behind Wells Fargo without saying more about what went on there. Charlie, what do you think?
Well, I think it's a fine company, and so they made one bad decision about an incentive plan. I regard it as an honest mistake, not as some deep moral failure. Nobody was being malevolent in my ranks of Wells Fargo. They just had a blind spot.
They had a blind spot. It did get cleared up very quickly, though.
That's the problem. They lost their jobs over a blind spot. But I don't think Tim Sloan had a blind spot. I think he just lost his job because life is hard.
You thought Dick Kovacevich?
I don't like it.
You thought Dick Kovacevich had a blind spot?
Yeah, sure.
And
the following guy.
John Stumpf?
Yeah.
But you don't think there was any criminal activity?
Of course not. Well, criminal activity was real below, and that was forgivable. They were under a crazy incentive system.
Is the problem fixed now?
I think so.
You think a very, very high percentage of it would be. Certainly the intent is correct. I mean, it's cost the shareholders a lot of money, and they want to correct it. When I went into Solomon, I wanted to correct it too. I never could quite say it was over. People kept asking me, it's over. I don't know. I want it to be over, and I hope it's over, and I'm trying to make it over, and I'm looking for things. But when you have they have 260 or so thousand people. It's a scary job to be running a city of 260,000 people with no cops. And we have some things wrong at Berkshire now that I don't know about. Charlie beats this into me all the time. That as soon as you find a mistake, do something about it. And sometimes that's unpleasant. But I've got to do it. I mean, I may have people that are deputized to do it, but it's my own responsibility.
Yeah, and you do it too, fast.
Yeah. Is Wells Fargo different because it's a shareholding and not an actual Berkshire company that you own outright?
Well, of course, we don't have any control over what they do.
Who should be the new CEO? Charlie?
Well, if I'd been picking it, it would have been Tim Sloan. But now they're going to get somebody. Sometimes a new person is better and sometimes worse. I think it's about half and half.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah. I met 2 weeks ago, thereabouts, with 4 people, including Betsy Duke, the chairman, I've never talked. It was the first time I met her in my life or talked to her, but we talked about it, and it's a tough position to fill.
What did you tell you? You talked to the chairwoman of Wells Fargo and told her that you think what about it?
No, they called me. I didn't call them. I mean, I didn't jump into it, but they just asked what I thought. That's the first time they had asked what I thought about it, and I gave a suggestion or two.
What was your suggestion?
These people have names. But I suggested publicly that not be somebody from Wall Street, not because there aren't plenty of good people in Wall Street. I just think that politicians are looking for the next one to be upon it. It's good television, and it plays right into the campaign.
China. This is spooking the markets a little bit today. Joe's right. It's a decline of under 2% for the Dow, but still down 460 points is a number that catches your attention. And when you look at China's markets, down 5.5% and down 7%. That is certainly something that is catching their attention today, too. I can't think of three better people to talk about this morning. Bill, you've spent so much time going back and forth with China. You know the Chinese leadership very well and can understand maybe what they're thinking on some of these things. Charlie, you've spent so much time getting excited about investing there, and Bill, you've invested there as well. Warren, same thing. All three of you have traveled there and spent this time. I just wonder what you're thinking about this morning as you hear these headlines. And Bill, you're the new one at the table today, so I'll ask you to start off with this. What are your thoughts on what you hear with this tweet and the potential for a real trade war?
Well, I think good trade relations are an incredible win-win for both countries. And it's dangerous if people think this is a zero-sum game. And so I'm hopeful that despite the latest announcement, there is a trade agreement and the two countries can find ways to work together. It's the most important relationship in the world. Both sides bring a lot of strengths. So I understand why markets are a little bit worried that these tariffs are going to get higher and higher.
When we first got the tweet, there had been some initial reports that Li Hu and the delegation from China might not be coming here. That's what we were hearing last night. This is the first I've heard just a moment ago that the Chinese have confirmed that they will be sending that delegation this week. That in itself is good news, but how do the Chinese kind of deal with this when they're faced with real force, like I think that tweet yesterday was?
Well, I'm not an expert on negotiation, but it creates a dynamic where both sides could start escalating against each other, which would be a lose for both sides. So, this week it'll be interesting. Even though China's not a democracy, the political dynamics don't allow them to look like they're caving in to a unilateral position.
Charlie, you are an expert in negotiation. What do you think?
Well, hardly, but if you go back, we put a tariff on trucks to prevent the Japanese from totally squelching the whole American auto industry. And that lasted a long time. It wasn't the end of the world. So if we end up with some trade settlement that involves some tariffs on both sides, I don't get excited about it at all. I regard it as part of normal life. Generally speaking, I think a good settlement is better than a lovely world war. Yeah.
Some tariffs are one thing. 10%, we seem like our economy has gone along just fine, even with the 10% tariff that existed on those $200 billion to date. Is 25% tariffs on potentially all the $500 billion plus of the imports coming in. Would that concern you about the American economy?
Well, I don't think we want a full-scale tariff war that's just as high as both sides can make it. That would be massively stupid. And if both of them are a little disappointed with the negotiations and feel a little roughed up, that's what they should feel.
What do you mean they should feel roughed up?
Well, if both sides, since a settlement is so much better for the trade war for both sides, they ought to just get used to having a little loss of face and make some kind of a settlement. And I think they will.
What do you think about us taking a stance, us being America, taking a stance with China to this point?
Well, I don't think Trump is totally crazy to say that on some occasions you put a tariff on to save some domestic industry.
Is he right that we have been on the losing side of the deal for some time? There's a lot of Americans
Well,
who do that.
I think he thinks of it more as a loss if we've got a trade deficit. And I don't think that's at all automatic. So I don't totally agree with him, but I agree with Trump in part.
Warren, what do you think in terms of who pays the tariffs? I mean, it has boosted the U.S. Treasury, but a lot of those tariffs are being paid by the companies that import the goods and then passed on to consumers.
Yeah, they're a tax on consumers. And tariffs over time. It was subject to constant negotiation. That sort of thing.
Probably less chance in war too if there's heavy trade on both sides.
Yeah.
Not a trade war, you mean a real
A real war, yes.
Because
But you got to remember that our country, the United States, ran on tariffs for the first 150 years. That was all the revenue we had. This is not like some novel new thing is coming in. This is an old subject.
is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, of course, I'd rather have total goodwill and everybody getting along. But I don't think it's the end of the world. There's some little tension on the subject. There has been since the start of the country.
Bill just now said he's not surprised by the market's reaction. Warren said the same thing earlier this morning. What about you?
Well, what do I care about a brief temporary reaction over trade negotiations?
Does that mean?
There are all so many little ripples in space-time to me.
Look, if you look at Chinese stocks, in one market down 5.5%, in the other, in the Shenzhen market, down by over 7%. Our futures are down, but that's still a decline of less than 2% this morning. Does that mean it's more painful to China than to us?
Well, I don't think China likes its market going down as a consequence of a trade uproar. I think people are more like this. Settle a thing because they had this uproar every day.
Settling sounds like a great alternative, but
It certainly does.
There have been a lot of friction along the way. The biggest one may be just how do you enforce it, and the feeling, at least among many of the trade negotiators in the United States, that when we've cut deals with China in the past, they say things and then don't follow through on it. How do you make sure that if we have a deal, it's actually enforceable?
I think China, by and large, is a pretty good place. It certainly worked well for the Chinese, and I think it's desirable that it works well.
We want China to prosper.
Yeah, we do.
If you postulate a world where in the next 50 years, for that matter, the United States feels like they're being abused and the word isn't being kept, and you ask for one thing and then you want to ask for one thing more. I mean, you're going to always have tension between the two countries. You'll always have disagreements, but you can't really turn it where it gets into something where it gets out of control, and things can't get out of control.
But I guess I'm going back to try and figure out which side do you think is right. Nobody wants to say that. Does anybody have a
Well,
feeling?
they're both right to be as concerned as they are, and I predict they'll settle it.
Would you all agree with that same prediction? Bill, what do you think?
You know, it's a dilemma when it appears you're reacting to an ultimatum. You know, in the Chinese case, there's no elections scheduled, so their leader won't be unelected simply because they've had to take a tough stance on trade negotiations. You know, markets up until recently were assuming this deal would get closed. So that's a little bit why you see the delta. The rational thing would be for a deal to get closed. And I'd still rate that as likely.
I agree with Bill. Deadlines are tricky things, though. I mean, they produce reactions, and people, and they can, particularly if you're responding to public opinion, they can inflame people, and then they start reacting their own. They're tricky things. On the other hand, sometimes it's the best way to get things done.
A good sign, though, maybe that they just said that the Chinese delegation will continue to come, because I had real questions about that, or doubts about that myself, after seeing that yesterday.
You want to conduct negotiations so it doesn't look like the other guy has to cave or something like that. The ideal thing is to make a hear a lot of them and still get the deal you want.
Over the weekend at the annual meeting, you two had an aside on stage that a lot of people kind of picked up on. You didn't follow up on it, so I thought we could do that here. You were talking about Dairy Queen and how your presence in China is not large, but you do have a presence in China.
Yeah, we're all over China.
For Dairy Queen, it is a very large presence, but not for Berkshire Hathaway.
No.
But you made the comment, Warren, that you much larger presence had a big deal gone through. You made it as a side to Charlie, but I was over the mics.
Well, we looked at, it didn't have anything to do with Dairy Queen.
No. I figured not.
You're not turning Dairy Queen into some global giant or, yeah, we looked at good sized things in China. Anyway, we've done a couple things in China, and Charlie's done more individually, and it's logical. I mean, with the kind of capital we have, the big markets outside the United States are going to be the place where you're most likely to do something, and certainly China's going to be the biggest market and outside the United States, and there should be opportunities there. And I think we are someone at Berkshire, I think that if they're looking for capital around the world, we're a very logical prospect.
Why did that deal not work out? Was it because of the trade tensions?
I can't go into any details on that.
Thought I'd try.
You'll be the first to know.
In terms of what you do with your businesses, do these trade talks have any impact on you, on your investments, even your own personal ones, because you all have a large individual portfolio that you do, and Charlie, I know you focus a lot
Some are larger than others.
Well, Charlie, I know you focused a lot on China. Does this diminish your enthusiasm for Chinese investments in any way?
No. No, it doesn't really. If we got a call today from some business we understood and liked from China, and they were looking for a lot of money, big, we would be delighted to get that call, and we would follow through and we'd see whether something happened. But that would be very interesting to us.
Bill, how about you?
Well, certainly, there is, in parallel with the trade talks about what the technology export regime will look like in terms of things like artificial intelligence. And so I have some concerns about whether that will try and partition, Chinese students from American students. The general sentiment towards China right now has gone down a bit. And so there are businesses or business deals that have to go through a new process, and they're talking about even making that tighter.
CBS or beyond?
So I'm worried about even the sort of intellectual cooperation being slowed down. We'll see where that goes, but it's a concern.
If they take our intellectual property and Dairy Queen, we can handle it.
We've talked an awful lot on our air recently about socialism versus capitalism, defending capitalism, all of the different political pressures that are kind of being brought as we get into another election year. And I thought maybe we could talk about that this morning too. Over the weekend, several questions came up about defending capitalism. And Warren, you did step out and say that you're a card-carrying member, a card-carrying capitalist in front of everyone. What do you think about the attacks that we've seen to this point on capitalism?
Well, I don't think people exactly even know what they're talking about. It isn't that capitalism is perfect, but if you look at what was here in 1776 and look at what is here now, this country done an incredible job in terms of the deployment of resources and human ingenuity. And that is a product of a system. Now, does that mean that every decision should be made simply by open market determinants? No, that there's a need for regulation, obviously, and there are things that have long-term costs and might not get built in. But the idea of people unleashing their potential, using the resources they have to create what we have now from what was here 240-some years ago, it's absolutely a miracle, and what all three of us have seen during our lifetime. And if you compare that with any centralized planned
these crazy statements about how could you say things like that. I mean, what do you think about the climate when you see things like that?
Well, some people think when you defend capitalism, you're defending the tax rates we have today and saying that higher absolute tax rates or more progressive tax rates, they're disagreeing with them. And I don't think Lauren and I are disagreeing that you could make the taxes more progressive. In fact, we've been very explicit in some areas, like the estate tax, and saying we think that would be a good thing. Socialism.
You got your wish, you came back.
Socialism used to mean that the state controlled the means of production. And a lot of people who are promoting socialism actually aren't using that classic definition. So what we're going to have is capitalism with some level of taxation. Most people really aren't arguing against capitalism. There may be a few, but most people are just saying that the taxes should change.
Although you do have someone who I think is polling the second highest in the Democratic Party right now, who was a socialist until very recently, Bernie Sanders.
Well, whether or not he was a socialist by the full term of that, now there is some muddy areas. When you start to say there shouldn't be any billionaires, that you have some cap on wealth or something like that, that goes beyond what I think, and you could say I'm self-interested, but
we will accept the present observation. But government needs to reallocate some resources. I mean, the extreme case would be in World War II. I mean, that's the closest we've come to socialism. You had an Office of Price Administration. You had a War Prevention Board. Yeah, I mean, but during peacetime, you're always prepared for war. You do that for government. Government needs to reallocate some resources, but the market system, which exists under capitalism, is an extraordinarily effective way, and has proven it, of using resources, human and other kinds, to produce incredible goods. And Henry Ford could devise a system that could turn out a couple million cars a year, but he could only use half a dozen himself, or his whole family could use 50. I mean, he had to turn out a couple million cars that other people got to use, and that would not have, in my view, I think if you'd set up a government bureau in 1850 and given them 100 years to develop a car, you'd have ever come up with anything like the assembly lines of Ford and all of the things that have happened. Human ingenuity is incredible, and you want something that maximizes its use and then curbs a few of the ideas that some of those people may have to sort of have a fall for themselves.
Charlie, you've made the same point.
The great proof of how capitalism works is China. When China copied Singapore and let the farmers own their own plots and let the manufacturers own their own businesses and so forth, China's productivity increased many times, and they went from rural poverty to modern extreme wealth. And they did it by adopting a fair amount of capitalism. Now, if a Democratic politician doesn't understand that, he's nuts.
You've made the same point, though, Charlie, that you think private sector does it much better than the government sector. However, a lot of these people who are running also want to make government much bigger. Do you have a quarrel with that or not?
Well, as they say, if you love your post office, you're going to love socialized medicine.
And they don't necessarily want to make it bigger in terms of redistributing it. They may want to, the market system is brutal, and it leaves behind people who are perfectly wonderful people who don't have market-related talents. And
who are just unlucky.
Yeah, just plain unlucky. And in a rich society, believe me, if we have a war or something like that, we call on those people and, pay them practically nothing to go fight for us. We want goods flowing, but it's going to displace the textile worker that we use that.
do you fix the problems, or at least the perception of problems, which there's a huge perception out there in the American voting right now.
Obviously, it would help if our government were wiser. And it would be wiser if the two sides didn't hate each other so much. Anger drives out reason. And there is absolute cold fury between politicians on one side and politicians on the other. It's quite counterproductive. For that reason, I don't allow myself to get angry at politicians.
How would you fix it?
Well, I just don't let myself get that angry at politicians. I don't expect them to do it.
Berkshire is working better because Charlie and I've never been mad at each other.
Yeah.
It just does. I mean, way better. We got mad at each other. I tried to kill his deals. He tried to kill my deals. It just doesn't work that way.
I made a couple of alpha males bluster into one another over this stuff. They ought to just cool it and take a little reputational hit and get the feathers.
But we ought to worry about the people that don't fit into the system. And we want the system. And a lot of people are getting left further and further behind because as capitalism gets more advanced, it gets more specialized, and there actually is greater difference between the haves and the have-nots, and the haves can take care of the have-nots. Interesting, in both parties basically agree on that. They just
How do you get there? It gets complicated.
Income tax credit can make a huge jump in that direction. I mean, Social Security. All that we've done various things. Over the years, we have improved. We've improved the public school systems. We've improved the things that do give people more of an equal chance and take care of people who fall by the wayside. We just got to keep doing it.
Bill, you've spent a lot of time on education in this country, trying to figure out how to fix it and how to make things work. What's the answer if that's one of the problems, that we're not getting people the advantages they need before they get into that system? How do we fix that aspect of it?
Yeah, I think better education is so key to the United States living up to the dream of equal opportunity. And particularly as more and more of our students are in the inner city, coming from low-income households, we really have to take the best teachers, understand what they do, and spread that further. That is the best path to a stronger form of equality. The progress has been pretty modest, but there's a lot of smart people. It's not just technology. It's helping the teachers, finding out the ones who are doing things super well and spreading that around. Even the college system, we still have very high dropout levels, and the way you catch kids early when they get off track, some use of online. I'm hopeful in the education area, although progress has been slow.
Surprisingly slow?
Yes. When we compare the improvements in global health, which is the other big area for the Gates Foundation, to the improvement in education, education's proven to be tougher to make big gains over the last decade.
Was that what you expected when you got started?
No, it's actually the opposite. Because global health involved going out to poor countries whose governments are really weak, and there's not even stability, there's some corruption. We thought that would be the slow area to work in, but very important. That we've been surprised by how much progress there have been in the overall statistics, like cutting child to death in half. In education, although there's some points of light, some great schools, some are charter schools, some are using new curriculum, the overall figures, U.S. math scores, dropout rates, have moved only slightly.
Charlie, just getting back to your idea of people not hating each other so much and getting along, how do we make that happen? How do you try and push towards that? Because it seems like things have gotten
Well, I
worse
think
and
you
worse.
have to do it one relationship at a time. And of course, I think it would help if both parties did not commit suicide in the primaries. If we get these extremists on both sides and they take over each party, it's just awful. The California legislature has two kinds of people, right as nutcakes and left as nutcakes. They've kicked everybody else out. This is not a good system.
Why did it wind up like that, particularly in California?
Hatred. Lots of hatred.
Was it redistricting? I mean, how would you?
There's the redistricting as part of it, but mostly it's just the wonderful product of hatred.
Gentlemen, just taking a look at what we've been watching with the markets today. Obviously, things are under a little bit of pressure today, but we have been looking at much higher markets if you go back to the Christmas Eve low, and the concern about what the Fed might or might not be doing. Since that time, the Fed has sounded much more dovish. And I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about your own take on the markets. And Bill, again, I've spoken with Warren and Charlie earlier about this a little bit. So how about your take? When you hear that the Federal Reserve is probably not going to be raising interest rates anytime soon, how does that change your outlook on equities or equities versus treasuries?
Well, the interest rate is like gravity, and all these valuations are dramatically affected by it. At the start of the year, people didn't think the 10-year bond would be where it is today, and that's provided a lot of lift. So it was a big first quarter for U.S. equities. We still, if you look forward, are at these very high valuation levels. And so it's hard to see that the market will be gaining a lot over the next few years. I think people should have fairly modest expectations on what their portfolios will make in the years in front of us.
Have you changed your positions in your own portfolio as a result of this? Have you done any major?
No, it's a very equity-oriented portfolio. It's overweight in the U.S., even though it's got a lot of overseas exposure. It's a bullish portfolio that the American economy over time will do well. Fortunately, even if we have a few years here where markets aren't doing that well, we've been lucky we have a cushion. The foundation can continue to spend generously. But I'm amazed at how high the valuations are if you look broadly.
Charlie, do you think that?
Well, sure. I think that if you drive interest rates down to zero and all the countries print money like crazy, it's lifted the asset boat for everybody. And I think it really is. So they didn't have anything else to do in the Great Recession. And so they took the only weapon they had and used it aggressively. I don't think we should quarrel with that. It did cause the people who were already rich to get richer. And that wasn't done on purpose or anything like that. And I think that will correct automatically.
Do you think we should still be using that weapon aggressively, which is what President Trump would like to see happen? He wants them to cut interest rates again, I think he said by 1%, and also push up quantitative easing once again.
I am so afraid of democracy getting the idea that you can just print money to solve all problems, and eventually I know that will fail. Singapore, which has a marvelous economy, has zero debt. If I were running the world, I would like the United States to be in that position. That is not the typical. That's nobody's position. No, all these politicians in Europe and America have learned to print money.
And if we keep at these extraordinary measures for the Fed, I guess not just the Fed here, but central banks around the globe.
Yes, but who knows when money printing runs out of control? And at the end, if you print too much, you end up with something like Venezuela.
You're not suggesting that happens anytime
No, but I don't like the idea. At both parties, you had politicians who say, what we've learned is we can print all the money we want. We don't have to raise taxes, we just print.
Warren, you share those concerns?
Yeah, it probably could not have there's no question you should borrow. Any country should borrow money in its own currency. I mean, that is not like it's some great discovery or something that's been announced, but that might be overdone. Yeah, and that's the point. I mean, that doesn't solve anything just to say, well, it's much safer to borrow money in your own currency. But the convergence of these factors would have seemed impossible to me, and generally if I feel something is impossible, it's going to change over time. I don't know in what way, but I don't think we can continue to have these variables in this relationship. Now, if we can, then stocks are ridiculously cheap.
The one thing I will say, though, is this is a conversation I feel like we've had for at least 4 or 5 years.
Right.
Where you're watching and continuing to wait for these interest rates and the yields to rise. We're still sitting at 2.5% on the 10-year, which is shocking.
And we're sitting with very, very little inflation with the Federal Reserve that put a target for 2% on it not that long ago. And it looks like nirvana. It looks like we've found the promised land where we just essentially money doesn't cost anything, and you can get lots of money and have full employment and no inflation. And I would have thought that something would have happened before now. I don't know what would have happened, but I wouldn't think you could have these things at these levels, the long-term rates, inflation rates, budget deficits, and have that be a stable situation for a long period of time. And I still believe that, but I'm somewhat wrong.
So in the meantime, you haven't really changed how you...
I think stocks are ridiculously cheap compared. If you believe that you're going to have the 3% interest, 30-year bonds make sense.
That's a big if, though.
That's what makes going to work interesting.
But this 37 is comfortable if everything goes down by 90%. So we're not a fair cross section.
I'm sorry, Charlie, what was that?
See, this 37 is comfortable if everything goes down by 90%.
Stock equities know the rest.
Yeah, but we wouldn't want that kind of a world. I think everybody else.
Right. Can we talk a little bit about healthcare? Because you all have spent plenty of time focusing on healthcare in the United States and abroad. Bill, you're probably the foremost authority on global healthcare. Your foundation has spent billions and billions of dollars on it. I think more than $13 billion just from inception through 2017 on global healthcare initiatives. What's the progress? You touched on it a little bit earlier, that you've seen more progress here than in the education front in the United States. How's that kind of shown out?
Well, it's phenomenal that by taking the new vaccines and getting them out to more kids and a few other tools like malaria bed nets, that we've gone from over 10 million children dying every year to now less than 5 million. Now 5 million is still a lot. We need a few more tools, but actually the pipeline of innovation looks very good. This is a phenomenally positive story that those deaths are way down, and that'll continue.
What's the thing that brings you the most hope, or gives you the most hope about the advancements that you've made or research that you've done?
Well, one that we're working on is to reduce malnutrition, because if a kid is growing well, their ability not only to avoid these diseases like diarrhea killing them, but also the degree to which they'll develop their full mental and physical capacities and therefore contribute for their own life, for their country's well-being. Dramatic reduction in malnutrition would be a huge thing. We're now gaining understanding that we think that will be possible. It's been a long scientific journey having to do with the gut and inflammation and the microbiome, but now we see that we'll get more of those kids on their growth path. And so I'm super excited about that.
But malnutrition is not just them not having the food to eat. Even in cases where they do have the food to eat, there's a problem.
That's right. What happens is that because their diet doesn't have much protein in it, their gut, their intestines get into an inflamed state, and that means you get a set of bacteria in there that don't let them absorb nutrition, and so that's a downward path. And so you can see even two twins, one will get that and not be growing, and the other one will achieve normal growth. And so an intervention that stops the inflammation, shifts the microbiome to a more healthy mix, that would get rid of malnutrition for that child. So what is a really cheap intervention where you can see the problem and stop it?
With probiotics or something?
Yes, that's the kind of thing. Although those tend to be broad spectrum, here we're going to be to make it, scale it up and have it be a cheap, probably a pill. It'll probably be a couple of vitamins and drugs.
Does that translate to things that could be useful here in the United States and other developed
Well, the
nations?
basic understanding of your gut and will finally lead us to understand not just malnutrition, but overnutrition. Why is it so hard to control people's hunger? Over time, people try to have pills to control hunger. I'd say over the next decade, that will finally succeed. So even though that's not the foundation side, we're focused on malnutrition. The science of the gut and the microbiome has a lot of companies working on things that will reduce overnutrition.
Well, back here in the United States, one of the big problems is trying to figure out how to pay for healthcare and stop some of the costs. That's a problem you've been focused on at Berkshire along with JP Morgan and Amazon. What have you found? We haven't gotten any updates recently other than the name of this new organization is going to be Haven. Where are you on that process?
We are taking the first step on what is bound to be a very long journey. I mean, I would say it's not more difficult than I expected, but I expected it to be ungodly difficult. And you have an industry which basically is about the same size as the U.S. government's receipts. And everybody always says every dollar in the budget, has a constituency, and every dollar in an industry expenditure has a constituency. And we've got the right person, we've got the right partners. Capital isn't a key part to it, but we've got people who are willing to spend the money. But we'll spend whatever money it takes if we're making progress. And it is going to be a long, tough pull to make your journey, to make your changes. And it has no guarantee of success at all. But there's nobody, I think, that's in a better position in terms of number of employees, and they'll be the people that are partnering to get along, and all kinds of things, to perhaps come up with something that makes the system more efficient. We'll try, but nothing will happen quicker. So there's no revolutionary move or anything of the sort, and there will be lots of opposition to any change. In interviewing people to run the place, we interview people in all aspects of the medical profession and their activity, and they all agreed 100%. This system needs change, but of course not my part, and that's very understandable. We expect that, and we'll find out what happens. But I know this: I would rather have the private sector come up with a solution than throw it all to government. And if the private sector doesn't come up with some solution to the increase in cost, quality, in many ways, it's unbelievable. You just hear the Bill talk about the advances that can be made. But it costs 5% of GDP in my lifetime, or even my adulthood, up to 18%. It's the federal budget has stayed kind of constant around 7%
Singapore, which tends to have an intelligent government to do things right, they spend about 20% of what we spend on healthcare, and they're healthier. And there are all kinds of abuse and counterproductive activity they don't have in Singapore that we do have. And Warren is right. We're going to have a hell of a time getting in Singapore's direction because human beings are profiting for the existing system. It may look like an unnecessary operation to me. In fact, it does. But to them, it looks like God's work.
Where would you suggest, after your years of Good Samaritan, where would you say focus here first?
I think this system is out of control. The deductibles in ordinary corporate health insurance are ridiculous. If you're a poor family and you get a $5,000 bill for a baby, that you don't have medical insurance. It just changed the system. And then if you take the utterly unnecessary treatment where people find a way to tap into these government streams of money and do a lot of unnecessary work like prolonging inevitable death and all kinds of ghastly things they do. I would say we have a pretty disgusting system. On the other hand, it's the best in the world in terms of its ultimate scientific capacity. But if you take all the unnecessary operations and all the unnecessary procedures and all the brackets in the thing, which Singapore's pretty well taken out, it's discouraging. As I look at Singapore and look at the United States, I think, how in the hell do we get from where we are to there? And if you ask me what's going to happen, I think we're going to fail to get to an intelligent system.
Well, on that cheery note, we are just about out of time. If I can ask you, gentlemen, we have about a minute left. If I could just ask you what you're reading, because that's something we hear back from our viewers often. Warren, what are you reading right now?
I've just finished reading very recently, and I read it in one sitting that captivated me so much. A book by Melinda Gates, which just came out very recently, and
bestseller.
The Moment Bliss. It is a terrific. It's a story, but it's learn much about the world that you should know, and I would say most people don't know. I mean, this is a story of her experiences. It's absolutely sensational.
Warren took all your time. Bill, I guess you're not upset about that. Berkshire Hathaway Chairman and CEO Warren Buffett joining us, and just after writing his annual letter to shareholders. And Warren, this is a big deal. It's something that the investment community kind of waits on and sees as a must-read, because you spend so much time actually writing this yourself.
Yeah, too much.
When did you start writing a letter?
Well, listen, I started very early because I had one section in mind. It turned out to be the last section, but when we talk about the American tailwind, I probably wrote that in late summer, and then I work around different sections, but it takes a long time. Yeah, I am not a first draft writer.
Well, for people who have been reading this for a long time, this letter was markedly different than you've written for the past 3 decades or so, because at the top, the opening of every letter in the past to this point has been Berkshire's percentage change in book value, right, as the measure that you thought was most important. This time, you kind of stripped it out and said it's not the most important metric anymore for a couple of reasons. One is which Berkshire has changed so markedly, but also you just think it's not going to be the way that you'll be measuring things in the future.
No, it's not more relevant figure, at least over time, not in any 1 year period, but basically in market value, because we have become overwhelmingly an operating company, and we hope to become even more so than a company that really held a lot of stocks and bonds. I've actually talked about that in previous reports. I wouldn't have wanted to quit shoot. So it's Dear Doris and Bertie at the start, and I take that off at the end. But I'm talking to them, and I'm trying to talk to them in a manner where if they're likely entirely at Berkshire, if they were thinking of selling something, here's what I want them to know before they made a decision.
To do that, you used a new description for coming up with it this time, which was the idea of having 5 groves, being maybe a timber company and having 5 groves that Berkshire's really invested in. It broke down and looked at each of them on a case-by-case basis, one being the non-insurance businesses that Berkshire owns, another being the equities bunch that you have, the final one's the insurance companies, but you also have treasuries and cash that you're holding, and the businesses that you own part of, not all of, would be the 5 groves. That's pretty interesting. How'd you come up with the idea of just the groves? Because it is something that somebody who's not so steeped in business can get their head around pretty easily.
Well, Berkshire has dozens and dozens and dozens of companies, and when analysts look at it, they want to go out and figure out, how many boxes of Valentines we sold, in our candy company, and you could get totally lost in terms of looking at the forest by trying to look at every tree, because some of the trees are flourishing, some of them are decaying, and some of them are huge and important, and others are more or less twigs. So I thought I would group the assets in a way that is logical and where you can sort of figure out the valuation that you might attribute to that particular grove. And I think it's a lot better than trying to describe 80 or 90 businesses with close to 390,000 employees. I mean, we're in one of the businesses right now. This is a very interesting business, but we've got Jordan's in Boston, we've got Star in Houston, we have R.C. Willey, and to go through every one and tell them about the latest store we opened, and it's much better just to look at them in groups because they make sensible groups.
To that point, this is the Ask Warren show, and we have gotten a lot of questions that have come from viewers, some from Berkshire shareholders, others from people who are just long-time watchers. I'd like to bring up a question that comes from Marcelo P. Lima. He writes in, and I think this comes from Twitter, Mr. Buffett, in your letter you note that some of Berkshire's trees are diseased and unlikely to be around in a decade. Which ones do you have in mind, and how do we prevent healthy trees from joining them?
Yeah, well, I did say that, but I would not name the ones that have major problems just from a morale standpoint. We're going to keep running them, but we have companies that are on the downswing as well as on the upswing. It would be very tough. And the ones that are, as I call it, diseased, they're a very, very, very small part of our earnings. You gain nothing analytically, and you have 100 people go to work today feeling, well, we might as well give up or something of this sort. So I don't like to name them specifically, although you could probably figure some out by looking at our list of companies. Some companies are just in the wrong industry. I mean, we made, whatever it may, even making televisions in this country, I mean, that was a hot industry, when I was young, and we don't do it anymore. We sell a lot of them here at our store, but, so I would not like it if I were working at company X and you're in decay.
You do name some of the big redwoods that you consider to be essential to the grove, though. I think you said that Berkshire Hathaway Energy and the railroad, Burlington Northern and Santa Fe, are 2 of the biggest redwoods that stand in the grove.
Well, they're big. They're big, and both set records for after-tax earnings last year. Combined, they earned right around $8 billion after tax. $8 billion is a lot of money. That's a third of our operating earnings. We have 24, large fraction of operating earnings last year, $24 billion. And those 2 companies alone. Now Berkshire Hathaway also has multiple companies, but the BNSF Railroad is just one big railroad.
Let's talk about that operating profit number. It was $24.8 billion, but on a GAAP basis, which you're now focusing on, it was $4 billion. And that comes because of an accounting change that came into play this time around. It was a $20.6 billion paper loss huge amount of securities that you own, and then also the $3 billion write-down on Kraft. You go out of your way to emphasize again that you don't think people should be looking at these GAAP earnings, even though you're reporting them.
Yeah, we say the same. Well, that's the final GAAP earnings. The 24.8 billion also are GAAP earnings, but they're operating earnings. I think we had some outside tailwind on that, but they were 41% greater than any year we've ever had on operating earnings. But beyond that, we have this large portfolio of stocks and also the write-down of Kraft Heinz, but mainly it was a portfolio of stocks. And we've made a lot of money in stocks over time, but there's been years when we've lost money too. And I tell the shareholders that we expect to make money on stocks over time. We haven't got the faintest idea what years will be up or down. And then they changed the rule last year so that unrealized gains or losses are recognized through GAAP income. That had not been true for dozens and dozens of years before. So that changed our figures. But that's what I explained. That's why I tell Doris and Bertie what's happened in accounting during the year as well as business.
But you should point out, this time it was a decline of more than $20 billion. There will be quarters where you'll see a huge upswing, and you don't think people should pay attention to the upswing either. These are just fluctuating numbers.
No, they should pay attention to how we do over 10 years in the stocks we own. But actually, the way the rule works now, every minute it's recorded or it's marked to market, and we're buying stocks that, in some cases, we hold 10, 20, maybe even longer years, and those companies are retaining earnings, they're reducing the number of shares. They got a lot of things going for them, and I have bet a lot of money. We had 173 billion of equities at year-end. I love having those, and they will make us money over time. But I have no idea what they'll do in the next year or two.
All right, let's talk through a few other questions that have come in from viewers just regarding Berkshire while we're here. Eric LaFont wrote in and said, Warren, how have you structured Greg Abel and Ajit Jain's compensation now that they oversee dozens of different businesses? You did point out that you think the business is much better run now that those two are vice chairman each running their own set of companies.
Yeah, our proxy will be out very soon. Shows what they received. I think unless there's some calendar quirk or something like that, they will have each received $18 million last year, and the base salary is a high percentage of that, and bonus is discretionary with me, but they're doing a fabulous job.
Bonus is discretionary, just based on
It's not how I wake up in the morning. Yeah.
on that same subject.
That may be the only one you'll read about like that in a proxy.
There's another question that comes in regarding Greg and Ajit that says that this is from the Rational Walk. A suggested question on Monday, given that Abel and Jain are not only responsible for running those businesses, but also vice chairman, shouldn't they be up on stage along with Charlie at the annual meeting? Many of us would like to hear from them.
Yeah, well, you will hear from them more in the sense that they will be up front with microphones ready to take on any questions that come. It's not going to be that many years where the two of us are, and they will be up on the stage when we rearrange the format. Rearranging the format means rearranging in Charlie to some degree. And it's logical. It's logical for them, and I hope lots of questions get directed to them at the end of the because we'll feed them into. I should mention one thing about their comp. There's this rule, and I may not be giving it to you exactly, but there's a rule for public companies that you get to deduct only $1 million unless for compensation, unless the excess is tied to some formula. So everybody pays to be running the super company of all time, and they tend to raise the base salary so they're $1 million or $2 million, and then call the rest something that qualifies under the IRS where they get the deduction for it. Oh yeah, well, believe me, every company knows it, and their employment consultants know and everything. So you have all these salaries, but then they have something that inflation, but now that you really only work a base salary of a tiny amount, you know, and they came to me about designing something like this, you know, and I said, you know, it's just a joke. I mean, we're not going to pay $1 million a year. So, you know, they've got huge responsibilities. So you'll see a little different situation. I think the bonus I give them, the 16 base and 2 bonus, I think the 2 is probably deductible.
So 619 on the East Coast, and you're already making friends. Well done. Let's get to another question from the audience. This comes from Brian Chan. He asks, how are Ted and Todd's performance since they joined about 8 years ago? The money managers who were there, have they, Ted Weschler and Todd Combs, have they performed better than Index? Charlie said recently that most money managers did not add any value compared to an Index.
Now, the first few years, each of them, they came at a slightly different time, maybe a year to a year, something different time. They got well ahead of the Index, and they got paid compensation. Now, they got it paid, so it came in thirds, so that it could be clawed back 2/3 of it that they missed the second year, and so on. Overall, they are a tiny bit behind the S&P each, by just almost the same margin over the same time.
Over the entire period.
Over the entire period, and the entire period is a little different for both of them. They now manage about 13 billion each. They've done better than I have, so
Oh, that's a good measuring stick.
yeah, so no, it isn't a measuring stick, but I mention it because if I don't, somebody else will. So they also, both of them, have done an incredible amount of work in terms of acquisitions, and Todd, and particularly on our medical venture. Anything at Berkshire, we made an arrangement with the enterprises in terms of managing our newspapers. Ted handled all that. I mean, he got my approval on it, but he did a million details, and they're both contributed in all kinds of ways to Berkshire. But it has been a tough time to beat the S&P, but that's the deal we've got with them, and they've got a small carry forward of deficiency to make up. They had some clawed back earlier on. They made pretty good money for a few years, substantial. Some of them clawed back because of the 3-year look-back arrangement, and now they've got a small carry forward.
Another question that came in.
They've got better than I have. I want that quarter.
Tony Dickinson writes in, what changes should we expect from GEICO with the transition from Tony Nicely to Bill Roberts, and how do they approach leadership differently?
They're two peas in a pod on that. I mean, they've worked together so long, they're so compatible. They have the same feelings about GEICO. I mean, nobody can quite match GEICO's Tony's feelings about GEICO, but there's just no change. I was at a meeting of GEICO that they had maybe 40 of their top executives, and everybody went around there and themselves and gave the length of time they've been with GEICO. I think the shortest time any one of those people said was 19 years. GEICO drove its own.
Warren, we're just sitting down with you for the first time since the news last week that Kraft Heinz put out. There was so much news, it's hard to even summarize it all. When they came out with earnings that missed expectations, they said, by the way, it's not going to get better in 2019. They revealed that there's an SEC investigation taking place into accounting. They wrote down the value of the brands by just over $15 billion. Were you surprised by any of this news? What did you think of what happened? Because the street was surprised. The stock was down over 30%.
Yeah. Well, I may have learned the week, 10 days before about something like the SEC investigation. I'm not on the board, but Greg's on the board, and I talked to Greg. Greg has been talking a lot to the head of the audit committee, and he's a terrific young counsel. But the write-down, I do my own write-downs in my mind. accounting firms look at write-downs a little bit than I do, but I would not argue with them on it, and I'll give you some math to substantiate. I've been watching. I was wrong in a couple ways on Kraft Heinz, but I think we talked in a lot of lunch time about the packaged goods brands losing some ground against the retailers.
What was that, just over a year ago?
6 months ago, and the packaged goods companies are always in a struggle with retailers. Our family had a grocery store for 100 years, and we went through it. That we didn't have much bargaining power. But the really strong brands, they go toe to toe with Walmart or Costco or whatever it may be. But the weaker brands tend to lose out. Now, the interesting thing about Kraft Heinz, this is still a wonderful business in that it uses about $7 billion of tangible assets and earns $6 billion pre-tax on them. So the assets required to run the business, $7 billion, they earn $6 billion roughly after depreciation pre-tax. But we and certain predecessors, but primarily we paid $100 billion more in tangible assets. So for us, it has to earn on $107 billion, not just on the $7 billion that the business employs. And we don't have a way. Wonderful we had a way to deploy another $7 billion and earn $6 billion, but it isn't there. So I think that when you're going toe to toe with a Walmart or a Costco or maybe an Amazon pretty soon, and you have honestly with that, maybe one where the trend's a little against or something like that, you've got the weaker bargaining hand than you had 10 years ago. The really classic situation is this, if you think about it, Heinz was started in 1869. So, all that time developed various products, particularly ketchup, things like that. The Kraft part is a little more murky, but it goes back to C.W. Post in 1895. Those companies have bought all kinds of brands out, all kinds. You know them. You had them when you were a kid. You have them now. Something. They've been distributed worldwide through tens and hundreds of thousands of outlets. They've got hundreds of millions of times. They spend a fortune on advertising, and their sales now are $26 billion. Costco introduced the Kirkland brand in 1992, 27 years ago, and that brand did $39 billion last year, where all the Kraft and Heinz brands did 26 or 7 billion. So here they are, 100 years plus, tons of advertising, built into people's habits and everything else. And now Kirkland, a private label brand, comes along and with only 750 or so outlets, does 50% more business than all the Kraft Heinz brands. So house brands, private label, is getting stronger. It varies by country around the world, but it's bigger, and it's going to keep getting bigger.
Okay, a couple of questions on it. First of all, does that mean you overpaid?
Well, we did overpay. We didn't overpay for Kraft. For Heinz. We bought that originally. It was a 50-50 deal. It was private.
Did you deal with 3G?
Pardon?
With 3G?
Yeah, with 3G. We had two stockholders. And then we overpaid for Kraft. And we wrote down $15 billion of that. And that's the CPA's way of looking at it. Actually, the market's marked it down more than that, and marked it quite properly. The thing to remember is, like, you know how the stock doesn't know you own it. You pay $10 for stock, it goes to 8, and it gets back to 10. I'll sell it. You know, if it goes up to 20, you say I can sell half of it, and take all my money out. All those things are nuts. But in business, if we paid $7 billion for Kraft, which is all it takes to run the business, it would still earn the same amount as if we paid the $100 billion. The business does not earn more just because you pay more for it. And we not only after buying Kraft, everybody started speculating about these weak buys, so the prices of everything went up. And then on top of it, we paid large premiums for it, and we misjudged.
I hear what you're saying about the house brands and the competition from places like a private label brand that
Costco puts out. But what about just millennials changing habits? How much of it is that younger consumers don't want the brands that their parents and grandparents do?
There's some change in habits, but if you think about it, people don't really change their habits that much. If you try to think of the billion-dollar brands that have been created in food, in their private label, there's very few billion-dollar brands being created in food. Some did it in yogurt, probably, you know. But you don't really see that has not been a huge change. Physical volume hasn't changed much. The ability to price, though, has been changed, and that's huge.
We had an analyst on last week, on Friday, talking about what she perceived as the problems with Kraft Heinz. And she said she thinks they're underinvesting in the business. I mean, that's kind of been 3G's way to cut to the bone, and that's how you make this profitable. But she thinks the brands have been underinvested in. Would you agree with that?
I don't think so, but that's hard for me to tell. But I see, well, I was on the board. I mean, I saw lots of innovation in different products, and you saw them advertised to some extent. I do not think, but I don't know this for sure, but I think if you take the 10 largest food companies, I think innovation, they've tried a lot of things, but how many things work? If you look at Kellogg and General Mills and go up and down on Coca-Cola, I mean, how many new products really become big? You read about them and all that, but take Heinz ketchup, it's got 60% of the ketchup market. It's got higher percentages in other parts of the world, and it's a very, very, very strong brand. But cream cheese is a strong brand, but other brands are weaker. And you are right, certainly, that in certain categories, Kool-Aid or Jell-O or something like that, they go back 75 years or something, and there's some secular trend against that, but that isn't the key. I mean, they cut costs, not in innovation or in product quality or anything like that. They just took it out of SG&A basically. Now they may have made a mistake in terms of working. I shouldn't say they. We may have made a mistake in terms of trying to push hard against certain of the retailers and finding out that we weren't as strong as we wanted that we were.
Let's go to one of the questions from viewers, because we got a lot of questions related to Kraft Heinz. This one's number T5. Someone named JC Dominguez wrote in, is this the type of incident in time when you buy more Heinz, or do you pull the plug?
Oh, we don't pull the plug on that. I mean, we don't sold a share of Kraft Heinz, and if we sold or bought, it has to be reported within 2 days. So we wouldn't be able to do anything significant, but it isn't our style. We are the partners with 3G on it, and so we have exactly the number of shares we had before, and I guess I should never say never at age 88 in terms of somebody else might do, but I can tell you I have absolutely no intention of selling. I've got absolutely no intention of buying.
Why would, if you're sticking with the business and it's 30% cheaper today, why wouldn't you buy more?
Because it isn't worth as much.
So you think it was a fair write-down at the
At
moment?
35, you got 1,200,000,000 shares on. So that's 42 billion for the equity, and we owe 30 or 31 billion. So the whole company is selling for $71 or $2 billion, and as I mentioned, it has about $6 billion of operating income. Now, for six billion, would you pay a lot more than 72, or it doesn't look like it's going to be going up for a while? It's not that I regard the prospects for the crop science as terrible. I mean, I would, if I had that long way, I'd like people will eat more of our products this year than last year.
But if you see better places to deploy money, why don't you sell?
You can't. Well, A, we can't, as a practical matter, move around tens of billions of dollars that easily. But beyond that, it is, I mean, if we're working with $1 million, $10 million, would I have a position? No. I can move around with $1 million or 10 million. And Ted and Todd can move around reasonably over 13, but that's going to be difficult. 173 million. I mean, you dance like an elephant, not like some guy dancing with the stars. We always have a sure winner, Joe. Last year, it's true the favorites got knocked out early, but we did split. There's a $100,000 consolation prize for whoever does the best. Now that got split 8 ways last year, but the year before we had 5 people that came within 1 game and just the last games of winning the $1 million prize. Now if they'd won the million, they would have had to split it if all 5 had won it, but there's a $1 million prize. And we're going to do it again this year, and we limit it to employees of Berkshire, but close personal friends of mine who have a brick also may have been entitled to enter.
Joe, he invited you to enter last year and you didn't do it.
No. We were doing other things where depending. Let's do it again this year, Warren, with a Creighton versus Xavier thing, because they both have losing sort of records, and they're not doing quite as well. Although Creighton just beat Georgetown, and yesterday Xavier just beat Villanova. I don't know if you saw it. It was pretty good. So let's do something there, and let's see. There's a NetJet card I can think about. I don't know what the payoff's going to be, but let's see who goes further.
You get another brick.
Exactly. If I'm lucky.
I get 30 seconds on the program versus a NetJet membership for you. Is that it? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you name the bet, and I will let you name the stakes, and we'll go from there.
Whoa!
This is the honor system, Joe.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
Now you're talking his language.
But he's very crafty and very smart. Like he sent me a NetJet card. It had my name on it, but was absolutely useless. It was like I use it as a luggage tag. It wasn't worth anything.
Well, you said NetJet cards. You didn't say it had to work for anyone.
That's a starter card. That's a starter card, Joe. We got big things that planned for you.
I do have great things to talk to you about. Warren, I mean, I think you think the market's expensive, Warren, so I want to talk to you about that. I mean, you don't like to say that, and you say long term it's going to be fine, but you've got a lot of metrics you're looking at, like the market cap to GDP or GNP. That looks expensive there, right? I mean, there are things that look expensive, and you're having trouble finding things. So, you need to be honest with us about that. Is it really expensive?
It depends on interest 30 years, stocks are incredibly cheap. Because even, I mentioned that Kraft Heinz are $6 billion on $7 billion in tangible assets. Even if you pay $70 billion and you're $6 billion on it, that's better than having $70 billion out at 3% government. Interest rates cover everything. And if there were a way to short 30-year bonds and own the S&P for 30 years, I would give you enormous odds that the S&P is going to be 30-year bonds. Now, we've had this period of extended long-term low rates, not only here but around the world, and now it looks like we're not going to jack them up very fast. So we may be in a new world, the world that Japan entered back in 1990, and if so, stocks will, when we look back on it, will look very cheap. But this has not been the history of the United States that have continued low interest rates. So if I had a choice today for a 10-year purchase of a 10-year bond at whatever it is, or 10 years, or buying the S&P 500 and holding it for 10 years, I'd buy the S&P in a second.
Well, it brings us to a question that a viewer wrote in. This is T67. Piyush Pant says, from the annual report in the 13F, it looks like Berkshire was the least active in the public markets in the quarter when the stocks were the cheapest. You also did fewer buybacks in the fourth quarter when Berkshire was cheaper. Was taking the foot off the gas in the fourth quarter a conscious decision? And based on what you just said, we got all these signs that look like the Fed was not going to be raising rates in the fourth quarter too. So why wasn't that a buy signal for you?
Well, I thought stocks were a buy in the fourth quarter, just like they did in the third, second, and first quarter. But sometimes we have other things in mind too that may use a lot of money, and sometimes they work out, and sometimes they don't. But
what does that mean? You were holding your cash in case a deal came through?
We had at least one deal possibly that would have been very large, and I like stocks in the fourth quarter, but I would like buying a business even better.
Is that
and incidentally, I did say in the annual report that we expect to be net buyers of stocks, and this year we have not been net buyers, I should point out. I mean, the market's gone pretty much straight up. I still think stocks are more attractive, but I have trouble buying it on every day itself.
The deal that you just mentioned, is that potentially still on the books?
No.
So it's
I don't think it is. No.
Is it a deal here in the United States?
Is it bigger than
Is it bigger than a bread box?
I'll give you a hint. It's on this planet.
So you went out of your way in the letter to say that you do think buying businesses outright is more expensive, even though you don't think stocks are too expensive.
No question that. Yeah. In stocks now, you have or businesses, I should say, you have a huge buyer, and that's not only, and companies are eager to buy too, but you also have private equity, and I don't know whether private equity is flexible because they can call in their partners for more money and all that, but let's just assume that they would have $1 trillion available. Now, they use a lot of leverage. They call themselves private equity, but they're really private debt, to a great extent. But that $1 trillion might buy as much as, say, $3 trillion of assets if it's leveraged with $2 trillion of debt. Well, the total stock market is something like $30 trillion. And if you take the top 5 companies, you knock another 6 companies, you knock 4 trillion off that. So you're down to something where the buying power of private equity, plus just the normal buying power for companies that want to get in, it's just a huge amount of competition.
When you start looking around, do you think the private equity companies are overpaying for this, or can they
Well, I
make it
think
work?
they'd rather not. I mean, they obviously want to make the best deals they can, but they are in a game that is so much more competitive than it was for them. If you go back to the 1970s when leveraged buyouts started, which is the same thing they're doing now, but the name kind of lost its appeal at some point. But the deals you could make then were enormously more attractive than the deals you could make now.
Let me ask you one more question that came in from a viewer. You've kind of answered this, but there may be a little bit more to the answer. This is T84 for the control writes in, why didn't a large acquisition happen for Berkshire during the fourth quarter of 2008 sell-off? Are you anticipating a much bigger decline in the market? Or was, I guess maybe it was the timing of it, maybe it was so quick.
Yeah, well, there too, in 2008, for example, we were going to buy Constellation Energy. We ended up buying the stock and making some money on it, but that was part of the deal. When Constellation fell apart, it was in the fall of 2008, both, I was watching the tape, Dave Sokol was watching it, what was going on. We remember we called each other at the same time, and he was on a plane with Greg to Baltimore.
Greg Abel?
Yeah, that day, and we contracted to buy it, so we were ready to buy it, and we tried on other things, and but we participated in marginal securities big time at that point too, as you know. I think we spent $16 billion in 3 weeks, when nobody else was spending anything.
When was that? What?
Well, between about September 15th and October 7th or 8th. And then we already had another $3 billion committed to Dow, which was not going to get taken down until later on. So we went through our cash pile pretty fast, too fast actually.
You have a huge cash pile right now, though. What is it, $112 billion?
Yeah, we're.
And that doesn't even count the other $20 billion in cash, like.
No, that's counting. I mean, but the 110 or something like that. That counts 20. And I never get right down to 20 anyway. But we've got a lot of cash and we don't use it. But we're a private equity firm that's going to borrow 6 or 7 times what they call EBITDA, which I don't use as a metric. They're paying more than we are. And as I said, we pay too much for capital. If you pay too much for something, it doesn't accommodate you by earning more money to make you look good. It earns what it earns. And if we paid $10 billion less for crap, then we'd still earn the same money, basically.
This question that comes in, this is F7 control room. Doug Wolford writes in, Warren, when you come across bad news on a holding, for example, Kraft Heinz, can you share the sequence of criteria you use to determine if the stock is on sale and buy or a bust and to sell? What really concerned you as what is in back of a dip?
Yeah, the stock market is there not to instruct me; it's there to serve me. So if there's bad news and the stock goes down, the question that I have is the long-term valuation change? And there was certainly bad news at Geico when we bought it, for example, but there was bad news in American Express when I originally bought it back in the 60s. It was the best investment the partnership ever made. And so what you like is bad news about a fundamentally good business. And then you got to make sure it's still a fundamentally good business. But no, bad news on a good business, we're better off because Apple stock is down significantly from where it was 4 or 5 months ago. But if it stayed there, Apple will probably, they may not, but they have said they're going to get out to cash neutral. They could do it either by acquisitions or dividends or repurchases. My guess is it will be mostly repurchases. They're about $130 billion away from cash neutral now. If the stock were at 200, it would buy 650 million shares. If it's at 150, you buy close to 900 million shares. Now, we're way better off. If it's at a lower price when they're repurchasing shares. Our partners are selling out to us, and they're selling out cheaper than otherwise. The worst thing that can happen from our standpoint with Apple is it sells at 230 or something like that because they don't like buying it as well at that sort of price. The Camel, well, I was back at Geico 10 days ago, and the Camel was running well ahead.
You should win some type of Mad Men or advertising. You single-handedly, turned that into, people need to do that. Geico, what the heck is a Geico? It's a government, it would have gone nowhere. But you ramped up all that ad spending, and look at it now. So
companies on your investments?
Well, I see the monthly reports from the companies come through, and a fair number, not in insurance at all, obviously, but a fair number are the tariffs have had some impact. Now we're talking 10% tariffs, and they, a number of them say if it were 25%, there'd be some big adjustments. Some of it, the suppliers have swallowed over in China, and some we split with them, but it pushes prices up. I mean, there's no question about that. But it hasn't had a big effect at 10%. A number of them told me 25%. I mean, the world changes. You either get a lot more money for your product, or you source it differently, or you do something.
So are you relieved to hear of the deadline being extended, being pushed off, that March 2nd it's not all going to go to 25%?
Well, I'm relieved at the idea that there's still some chance that such will prevail. It is bad for China, it's bad for us if we get into some kind of a trade war. And negotiations are tough. And something like this is a big deal to both countries. And to some extent, you're playing a game of chicken that hurts both countries. And I generally think when two very smart countries have something very important at stake, they'll end up making rational decisions. I mean, I've been figuring that way with the Russians ever since the nuclear bomb. Even though you get all kinds of tensions, and people generally figure out what's best for themselves, and the best thing for both China and the United States is to work out something sensible that both sides can live with.
Did you think there was valid reason for amping up these negotiations, for saying, hey, hang on a second, we're not getting a fair shake?
Well, I think we haven't been getting a fair shake to some degree, but I think we can sustain, I mean, to some extent, the United States can do things that no other country can do. As I think a number of smaller countries, for example, if they want to trade surpluses with us, I mean, it strengthens their economy, it doesn't hurt us that much. I mean, I think we've got a role to play in the world that way, but I don't think we can be Uncle Sam either.
Joe, you had some breaking news?
Yeah, out of General Electric, breaking to a lot of us that we realized GE had this much money tied up in biopharma. The company General Electric is selling its biopharma business to Danaher. Kind of interesting. Danaher for $21.4 billion, and $21 billion of that will be in cash. GE says it's going to use the proceeds to reduce leverage, strengthen its balance sheet. It expects the deal to close during the fourth quarter of this year. And there's a lot of comments about how from Culp about how this is in keeping with their plan to reduce leverage, strengthen the balance sheet, and all the other things. The deal, Danaher, meanwhile, sees the deal adding 45 to 50 cents to adjusted earnings per share in the first full year. And instead of us talking about it, me or you, I guess we should give Warren's comments on what he thinks of this move.
Let's do just that. And I do want to bring up, this is something, Warren, that we got viewer questions about too, randomly. GE, Control Room T102, Brian Savage wrote in, Mr. Buffett, given the recent turmoil with GE, do you believe Larry Culp is the right man for the job? And if you could advise him, what would you inform him he should do? Lastly, if he is the guy, why haven't you invested in a company like GE given your current funds?
Well, I think you should sell the medical operation for $21.4 billion to Danaher. I mean, that sounds. I think that GE should be leveraged. No great insights there. They believe the same thing, I'm sure. So they owe more money than they should at present, and they should sell assets to some degree, not
not so much on that. I got a lot of things, obviously, that we want to talk about, and I guess Warren probably does know GE pretty well. Does he have? I'd like a little more color to his comments on GE. He probably doesn't want to do that. What's your expression? What do you say? You criticized by just generally, but you praised by
criticized by category, praised by name.
Yeah. So I guess I can just say GE. Huh? Or maybe I'll tell you.
You'll never get me to do that. And I haven't seen their 10K yet. I mean, I want to get their 10K as soon as I can, and it may be, it's probably out just about now, and that's the document you have to read.
It's up about 50% from the lows, I guess. More, huh?
Yeah.
More than that, yeah.
But it's selling, the equity's selling for about $100 million, and then they have, they actually have a preferred issue that's $5 or $6 million, and most people don't know about that. And then they have, they had, something over $100 billion in debt. I'm consolidating the capital, but I think that's the way to look at it. And they've got a couple of very good businesses. So, but they were over leveraged, and they've got to use the leverage, and clearly they're doing it.
I mean, you could write a check for that. Or you could write a check for that, Warren, if you really liked it.
That's true.
It's true that you could, but you won't be. Okay, I'm just paraphrasing.
There's a question that came in from a viewer, and I asked this because we're talking about GE, and it's one of many companies that's looking at unfunded pension liabilities potentially down the road. This is T54, Dan and writes in, how do you see the unfunded pension liabilities across the United States affecting our economy over the next 10 years?
Well, if you're talking about the corporate sector, the unfunded liabilities have been working their way down because all the new companies don't go for defined benefit plans. So you've got, if you take the 4 or 5 largest companies in the United States, they don't have defined benefit plans. We have bought a number of older companies, so we have a fair number of companies with defined benefit plans. We wouldn't start any defined benefit plans, but that it's not a huge problem in corporate America. I mean, you have a Sears and the Pension Benefit Guaranty Court gets involved, and there'll be others, but it's way less of a problem than it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. In the public sector, it's a disaster, and some of it's interesting to me when they talk about these relocation problems, in New York and Amazon, all that sort of thing. If I were relocating into some state that had a huge unfunded pension plan, I'm walking into liabilities because who knows whether they're going to get the corporate income tax or my employees, with personal income taxes or what. But that liability isn't going to. You can't ship it offshore or anything like that. And those are big numbers, really big numbers, and they may come. You can delay a long time. I mean, they push maybe somewhat, but the politicians are the ones that really haven't attacked in a good many states. And when you see what they would have to do, I say to myself, why do I want to come to here that has to sit there for 30 or 40 years? Because I'll be here for the life of the pension plan, and they will come after corporations, they'll come after individuals, but they're going to have to raise a lot of money.
I mean, when you say that, the states that come to mind, having not looked at those statistics in a while, would be Illinois and New Jersey at the top of the list.
As I say, I praise my name and criticize my category.
Well, let's talk about the decision of Amazon to say forget it to a second headquarters in New York City. We were with Charlie Munger on that day. This was February 14th, just a week and a half ago. We were with Charlie Munger the day that announcement came out, and Charlie had some pretty firm comments on it. He said it's crazy that states like California and others are basically driving the rich people out. What do you think about it?
Well, I heard Charlie on that. He says they don't have kids. They don't, and a good many of them are charitable and tend to get the things that are around them. relative to their taxes that they pay as the average person, and they said they use the hospitals. Now, I obviously, well, a state like Florida, which has no income tax, attracts a lot of rich people, and in Texas, when people relocate there, the fact that there's no income tax is a real factor, and I don't know about those two states specifically. I have a feeling that their retirement plans are in pretty good shape compared to the old industrial states. You get legacy liabilities when you move in. Everybody's in very good shape for a long time. That we've really been against the state having any debt. Now to get around that.
Well, you're talking about a state versus state.
Yes.
You're now talking about some new taxation plans that are being recommended in Congress or by specific senators or congressmen that are similar to some of those policies that we've seen in the states. I mean, just run through it. Elizabeth Warren with her wealth tax on anybody over $50 million. AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, with her plan to tax anything above $10 million at 70% rate. Bernie Sanders with his estate tax going up to 77%. If those policies are enacted on a national basis, do you see that same sort of trading off where people would potentially leave the United States? What do you think about these plans?
Well, that's an interesting question. I would say this. If tomorrow everybody in the world had a chance to make a one-time change in where they lived, every time 2 billion families all over the world, the only time they're going to get the chance to make the change, but they will get transported free to any country they want to go, their family, and have citizenship. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow?
A lot of people in the United States.
A lot of people are going to come to the United States. Very few people are going to leave. North Korea might have a small decrease in population. I mean, the point is, this is an incredible country, and it's true that right now we're raising $3.3 trillion and spending probably 4.3. We're going to have a deficit of about $1 trillion in a very good year in the cycle. I mean, a year of prosperity, and that's 5% of GDP, and that's probably more than you can actually take a 2 to 3% deficit and not have the ratio of debt to GDP going to 5 in prosperous years. We're out of whack on it. So you cut spending, you can raise taxes, but I would say that the wealthy are definitely undertaxed relative to the general population.
But your answer to that was almost a dodge of the question. I mean, if these policies drive out the wealthy people, sure, if you got your choice of where to go, everybody would want to come to the United States, but would the wealthy people do that if we changed our tax structure?
Well, I think most of the people, the rich people, Mark Rich, they leave. In his case, he's leaving before the feds pick him up. Yeah. I don't think, if you offered most of the rich people, if they were sane anyway, and you said, if you stay, we're going to take half your net worth, and if you leave, you can take it all with you, and you're 88 years old like me, am I going to leave the United States? I could move. South Dakota has no state income tax. Wyoming has no state income. So we've got 2 states that border Nebraska. Nebraska has a 7 or a fraction percent state income tax. If Iowa, which is right across the river, had no income, I wouldn't move. I mean, now I think people want to come here. I think if you made that offer, I made the United States, there'd be more people come to the United States than any place else, and they would come. They would come if the deficit was $1 trillion or $1.2 trillion. I mean, this is about
Do you think they're good policies? Do you think they're good tax policies?
Warren, you're making a decision to leave all your money to the private sector in terms of charities, and because you think, I assume you think maybe it'd be better spent there than by the government. Isn't it possible that it's just not the right idea to just what's already a bloated what some people would think, a bloated entity, and address the spending side of things, or else maybe you ought to reconsider. If you think the government is so good at spending money, well, why leave it all in the private sector? Go ahead and give it all to the government and let them do it. You seem to have an idea that it is better treated if you do it philanthropically.
I've got about four choices, Gil. I mean, let's say I have $80 billion. I could spend it all, and but even to spend it all, I would have to sell Berkshire stock, so I would incur taxes of 20 or so $billion in spending. So the government would then get 20 if I wanted to spend it all. I don't know what in the world I'd spend it on. I can give it all to my wife. I doubt that there's no tax. I can give 4 million people $20,000 each, and there'd be no tax on it as long as I get make gifts to separate people up to 20,000. There's no tax. One thing you could do, the estate tax is the wealth tax. I mean, in theory, you get taxed on wealth on the estate. Now, you're allowed to give to charity 50% cash, 30% appreciated stocks, and have it deductible from your income. They let you essentially deduct all the gifts of wealth at death. So you could have a limitation that you can only give 50% to philanthropy and treat it the same way actually as if you're giving away from income during your life. There's a lot of things you can do with the tax law. I mean, the tax, and I think that one way or another, when the forms for 100 have gone from 93 billion to 2.7 trillion since 1982, the market system, as it gets more specialized, will give more and more to the top people. If we were back in 1800 and we were all working on farms, you'd probably be worth a little more than I am because you'd work harder and be stronger. But the top person working on a farm would be worth 1.5 to maybe 2 times what the bottom person was. But as we get more and more specialized, the guy that's the best at knocking out some other guy that weighs 200 pounds is worth $30 million a fight. Now he's worth $30 million a fight because somebody invented television and cablevision. As we get more specialized, the rich will get even richer. And the question is, how do you take care of the guy who's a wonderful citizen and father of a man died in Normandy or something, but he just doesn't have market skills. And I think the earned income tax credit's the best way to address that question, and that means probably some more taxes, should be some more taxes for guys like me, and however you come at it, I'm fine with.
We've talked about a lot of things so far, but we have not gotten your take on the economy to this point. There was just a Federal Reserve report out on Friday that suggested that GDP for 2018 is probably going to come in slightly below 3%. What do you think the economy is doing right now, just based on your businesses, based on the receipts you see, the companies that you track that you have major shares in?
Right now, just based on the monthly statements I get, and some cases I get other data in between, but overall things are a little better. I mean, the rate of improvement is tapered, but it certainly hasn't flattened. Now that could change next month, and home construction has been disappointing. But most of our businesses, I've seen other figures on retail that are strong, including Walmart's, but I would say our retail figures in January were not strong. But